group anyone who's a blue wrench on my channel.
Why is that so bright? Give me just a minute, guys. Adjust my light. That's really strange. My light has shifted. Huh. Coin collections and more. Hello. Give me a minute here. I'm having an issue with my light. Oh, I bet it's my camera height. Okay, let me play with this for a second. How are you doing tonight? That's a little better. Got a little bit of the glare of the light in there. See if I can change that a little bit. That's a little better. Definitely getting a reflection in there. Christopher, hello. She was bleeding white. Couldn't see her too well, but it's a little better. I need to readjust my light. Give me a second. It takes me a minute to get there. Okay, help or hurt. I'm down to 30% power. I'm just experimenting for a minute. That's 6% power. It's shocking it's still so bright. And I'm doing everything upside down and backwards, so. Oh yeah, adjusting that light's gonna make a big difference. But I can't do that right now. Don't trust anything, so give me just a minute. I'm gonna tape my light down. So all I need is my brand new light to hit my camera and break one of the two or both. A little bit more tape. I always believe if you didn't get it right the first time, add more tape. I'll see if that works. How you guys doing tonight? Had a lot of fun watching a couple videos today. And I guess I'll leave the light down to 6%, but boy, that sure seems odd. May not work for my copper coins. And I've totally ruined my path around my bed because this is all done on my bed. Alrighty. Which is why you see the shaking. But that's definitely better. I had a lot of fun doing a channel that had gotten a bunch of coins graded from PCGS. And it's always fun to try to guess the grades. So we'll see how that works with this light. I got a feeling it's going to show up. Yeah, it shows up pretty darn quick. But that's showing pretty good details now. Not the best of Morgan, but well, I'm doing pretty good. Been busy trying to got some a big trade in, and so I think the trade's at like $550 or $600 right now. So I've been gathering a bunch of coins. So that's been fun. I'm looking forward to the trade, and you guys will see it when I get it. Yeah, and that's the truth, Christopher. In fact, let me try to do this when I'm answering. It's what I commented on the guy's pages. I came really close to the grades and hit the grades on like 3 of them perfectly. A little bit shy on a couple of them, and there was a full bell lines that I didn't agree with. But the problem is he's flashing the coins best he can in the allowed time that he was doing it. Personally, I would have liked him to held a little more still with it and got a lot closer with it. When you're trying to do the full bell lines, that's a tough one. If you don't have it perfectly focused and hold it there for a minute, it's really tough to figure out. Cajun, hey buddy, how you doing? Here, give me a second. I'll get you up here if you're into coming up. So there's a link for you in the chat there. Nice to see you in here. Let me get my YouTube up. Try not to make too much noise. Alrighty. Oh, perfect. Nice to have you up here. Yeah, that's the hardest part. So when I'm showing the coins and stuff, I try to go nice and slow. I try to flash the coins really well. It's a lot of fun to do the grades. I had some I forget what they call it now, improper or unnatural color or some darn thing. I forget now. And I showed people that coin without saying anything, and 2 people said, questionable color. And I think it was Young Coin Hunter and one other that said that color's kind of odd. So that was neat that, they've seen the colors often enough on these coins to realize when it was unusual. So that was cool. Yeah, questionable colors are a real tough one because I have coins that have been in the same albums for years, and I know they're album toned. But if they're not the color that they're used to seeing, they'll question it. Cajun,
Hey, mon ami, how y'all out there?
doing pretty good. How you doing?
Can't complain, can't complain.
Good deal. Yeah,
Uh,
you're.
get all my YouTube. All right, got all my chat popped out here. I mean, well, everything's lined up. All right, that's it. What's up, Chris W? What's up, mon ami, my neighbor?
Your avatar is looking sharp, buddy.
Thank you. That's the same one I've been having since I've been on YouTube. Never changed it.
Oh, even though it looks like your font is different.
No, same one I always had. That's my sticker, and that's the design that my cousin Liz Ann did for me and made my stickers with. Been having that since I don't know, a year and a half or something.
I guess I haven't done it in a while. So,
Yeah,
so
my favorite coin.
yeah.
Beside the wheat design, the wheat penny design is my favorite coin because when I was like 5, 6 years old, my parent, my Uncle Walter. Oh, I'm with Rich Cali 21 for a few minutes up here. He invited me up, so I was talking to my wife, Missy. So
Tell me,
anyway,
tell Missy I said hi.
oh, she went back to bed.
Yep.
So anyway, my Uncle Walter, my parent had this exact coin. Well, one just like it. Same year and all, and he said, "Boo, I know you collect coins and stuff," and he says, "When I die, this one's for you." And I held it in my hand, but it was in a holder, a paper holder, flip.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a nice tone 68 right there.
Yeah, my toned coins are finally showing up. I got a really nice light that just makes it perfect, and a little shock tonight because everything was extra bright for some reason. And I've been using the light at 45%, and it's down to 5% power. So
Okay.
hardly using power for it, but yeah, it's a really nice semi-pro photography light.
Yeah, Bjorn, that is a nice penny. I'm into Lincoln cents myself.
Even my ugly proofs are looking pretty good. Well, looking like they look in hand anyway.
Yeah, you were talking about the unnatural color or
Yeah, question.
questionable color. Yeah, I don't know where they get that from. That's like I guess they think that people uh, put the coin in a Ziploc bag with some scrambled eggs.
Yeah,
But there's no way I would send a coin in for grading that I thought was a high grade. Put that in a damn Ziploc bag with scrambled eggs. No way I would do that.
yeah, and it's frustrating because I did a lot of research because I got two coins back with questionable color, and one came out of one of my own albums, one of the older albums I've had for years and years, and I watched it color. But because it's a little different than what they're used to seeing, they question it.
Right, right. What was those years ago, back in the 70s, early 80s? they had a certain coin album that was actually hurting the coins. What was the name of those? Something like a streak or silver or shield or something. I forgot.
Yeah, well,
They finally took them off the market.
the Intercept Shield damages pennies, but it's okay for silver and nickel. But
Intercept?
yeah,
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the name, word I was looking for. It was a brand name, and they finally took them off the market. People wasn't even buying them anymore. They were complaining more than they were giving them kudos, you know. So they
yeah,
finally, I don't know, the company went out of business or whatever.
yeah. I haven't tried to buy any more since my last. I've got quite a few of them, but luckily most of them were bought after they had their glue issue.
Oh, you just got those?
Yeah, well, I've got like 25, 26 of the Intercepts, but if they're forced silver, they're okay.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the old, the
Yeah, those
old
ones
books.
aren't old. And I know there's been a couple that were really bad for the coins. And even like Littleton had a set that started to screw up some coins. But
Right.
I think everybody goes through a certain glue process where they're trying to save money and they use something they know they shouldn't be using, and
Oh, yeah.
then
Okay.
it proves it. But yeah, it's been fun getting to see the colors of these coins because it shows up pretty good. Been telling people I've got these gorgeous tone coins, but every time I showed them, they look gray. It was so frustrating.
Oh boy, Miss Ida likes those tone coins, the rainbow colors as she calls
She now wasn't she the one that did that canvas bag for Michael Kittle
them.
for the Canadian nickels?
Canvas bag.
Yeah, doesn't she do the printing and stuff for hats and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did some canvas bags for Michael Kittle
Oh, okay.
for the Canadian nickel thing he did. Big sack of coins. I forget how
Oh,
many
okay.
coins he was giving away, but yeah, that one was pretty cool.
Oh, I got you. I don't know if I might have heard something about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was. Yeah, she makes the hats, shirts, and the quilts. You know, for the auctions and stuff. Uh, and I was the first one she made a channel hat for.
oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's all embroidered. You know, it's not printed on a hat, and that's all high quality hats too.
Yeah, she did a good job.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a nice V nickel. Wow.
No sense.
Oh, okay. No, that's 1883.
Yeah, the values have gone down a little bit, but still a nice one to have.
Uh, Harco, Coin Master albums. Yeah, PC. Yeah, PVC damage in the coins. Yeah, Harco. No, that's another one.
Yeah, there's been a few of them, and some of the bank wrappers were really bad. So in the late 70s and 80s, some of the bank wrappers caused a lot of issues.
In fact, I don't know if he sent those. He had a bunch of nickels. I think a whole Jefferson nickel collection. Uh, I was supposed to get that in from oh crap, I hadn't seen him in a while. Who's the guy that lives on the other side of Phoenix, Arizona?
Super Silver.
No.
Yeah, his buddy. I forget his name.
Oh crap. I got his phone number. I could look at. Well, my phone's charging. Anyway, he was gonna. I don't know if it just slipped his mind or what. He was gonna send me the whole Jefferson set, every coin in the set, up until I don't know, 1975 or something. And they were all in albums, and they were in a Harco album. And he said a couple of them was starting to tone of odd color.
Mm-hmm.
So he was just going to go ahead and give them to me. That way I could save them, you know, get them out of there and put them in good flips. And they were Harco albums, like Chris W. commented on just now. No, it wasn't Antarctica. That dog it.
So I don't think you saw this album. This is one of those old Raymond Waite albums. Buffalo Head.
That reminds me of a dance go right there.
Yeah, I like the Raymond Waite ones.
Okay, what's those staples in there?
That's the way they did them, and it's how you tell if you've got a good one or not, because the ones that have been out in the weather a little too much or in a damp area, those rusted really bad.
Oh,
But this
yeah.
is the very first of its kind where you could see both sides of your coin, and they were protected by little plastic sleeves. And
Oh,
so,
I see why Chris said Antarctica. Hey, Ant, how you doing, buddy? I didn't see your comment. Sorry about that.
Antarctica, hello.
Ant's in the house.
Because that's what my transportation tokens are too, in the same type of album.
And how you pronounce that name?
Raymond Waite.
Raymond Incorporated. I'm not sure I'm familiar with those.
He did the little Capitol plastic holders. He was one of the first ones to do that too. He had the regular little push-in folders. Had a lot of higher end stuff though.
Okay. What's that on top of it with that logo? It says National or something?
Probably a partner company.
Okay. National. Yeah. Made in USA. Wait, Raymond Incorporated. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, I think they've been around since the 30s.
What's up, Johnny Ray Highway?
Johnny Ray, hello. Yeah, the transit tokens are pretty fun. And then I also have, now this one says, you probably recognize this company, the Megrig.
Yeah, I've heard of them already. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they took over the company.
Oh, okay.
So, and it's the same thing, but without the staples.
Right.
But yeah, fun to have these old sets. And this one's actually safe enough to put good coins in. I can't zoom out too much with this system right now. I've done a few videos on these though, and I'm about to do another, or streams rather, but I'm about to do a video on these older holders. So it'll be coming pretty soon. Christopher. The way my camera's set up right now, I don't have an easy way of raising it up. So I've switched to a consumer Sony video camera. It's a 4K camera, but I've been using it to do streams, but it's not meant to stream, so I had to buy a little device to allow it to plug into my computer, and boy, it works great. Been thrilled with it.
Be back in a sec.
Alrighty. I'm shocked I'm down to 5% of my power for the light. I'm a little concerned. Strange that it's so bright right now. But I'm sure that'll help the life of the light big time. And I'm just showing you coins with a little bit of tone on it, just so you guys can see how well the toning is coming through, even though some of it's kind of mucky looking. I like the ugly, the mucky, the black, the dark. Used to call the ones with real high gloss the black beauties for the toned coins, but now they say that for the nickel. So I already showed this one, but this is a neat one for toning. But you can tell it's from a fingerprint.
Yeah, is that the same one you showed earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize once your fingerprint's on there, that's it. C'est tout fini avec ça.
Yeah, and it was lucky in this case because the blackness didn't show up from the fingerprint, but it caused this toning to start. Looks like somebody went just like that.
Yeah, there's like a lot of BU pennies. People open up rolls. Like, say, if you got some, just say some 1960s, okay? Which, hey, those are 60 years old. You know, 1960, and right now they're 60 years old. So anyway, people open up a roll and go through them looking for varieties, and a coin will slip in their hand and they get their fingerprint on it. Well, that won't show up in a year or two, but 30, 20 years down the line, when their grandkids get it or their kids get it, it'll show up.
Yeah, and normally on a really nice BU coin, I see it show up in about 60 days. And something else people are doing are pinching the edges of the coin when they're pulling them off their tables and stuff.
Right.
And that leaves some nasty little marks. You can certainly tell it's a fingerprint. So I had another guy that was doing proof coins, and he was holding them by the edges and stuff, but had no gloves on, and he's had a little fatter fingers than me. But look at my fingers. My fingers are rolling over that front edge, and it's just enough to get on the front of that rim.
Yeah.
And that'll start toning across the coin because of it. And proof coins, they're unforgiving, especially silver, copper.
1864.
Yeah.
2 center. That one's in real good shape.
Yeah, I got a couple in pretty good shape. That one's got a lot of like old cleaning on it, but this one's really nice. Got just a touch of green on it, but it's got the W showing. In hand you can see half the E.
Gloves are cheap, Chris, if you can find them right now.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky because I've been using those. I've always used the medical masks, the blue ones, and Yeah, I had a whole box of them. So my family and their kids were thrilled to get a handful of masks.
I used to buy like 3 boxes of gloves a year uh, when I was doing seed production for Pepper Joe Seed Company. I was growing the Carolina Reapers,
Yeah.
and when you're dealing with peppers, especially the world's hottest pepper, that's 2 million Scoville units. You know, the Carolina Reaper holds the world's record. When you working 200-300 peppers a day, getting the seeds out, all that pepper oil, you need gloves. Put it that way, you need gloves.
No, I love people cutting them open for the first time and letting the juice run all over their hands.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's like in a minute or less, you see their hands starting to turn red, and then soon they start saying, "Well, my hands are really itchy and
Oh yeah.
burning."
Yeah. Go take a peek. There you go. Go take a peek. Yeah, buddy. What's up, Hector? Mi amigo.
Hey, Hector, and don't get me wrong,
1864.
I
Seated Ivy.
love spicy. I love peppers. I love the flavor of peppers. But when they're that hot, you can't appreciate them.
Uh, actually, if you can take some heat, the flavors in those super hot peppers are awesome. You get that smoky flavor, citrusy, that citrus flavor. The heat lasts a little while. Now, I'm not gonna be ridiculous and eat a half a pepper or a whole pepper. I'll dice up, real fine diced up, and mix a couple, 2 or 3 little bitty pieces in my rice and gravy, and I'll get that smoky flavor without all that intense heat.
Yeah. And
I'm not gonna be an idiot and eat a whole pepper like them idiots do on YouTube, and then it's just burning a hole in their stomach.
Yeah, and one of the guys ate like 6 of them. I mean, good sized peppers. And he's a power eater guy.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, it doesn't bother him to take the heat and stuff. And sure, your eyes are crying all over the place and you're sweating like a dog. But he says, nah, in 6 to 8 hours, that's the worst part is what's coming.
Right. Well, actually, when I had ate some super hots in a video on my other channel, not this channel, but my other channel, my gardening and cooking channel, and I had some super hots, and I cut a little small piece and ate it live, and yeah, my mouth was on fire for a little while. It wasn't too bad, but the next day, I was expecting the worst. You know, when I went to the bathroom, nada, nothing, nothing. I didn't have the first burn or anything. So the super hots are a little different than like the jalapenos. Jalapenos just, oh man, I cramp up, I burn. I can eat a couple of slices of them on a pizza, and no, I don't know if I'm allergic to jalapenos. I used to eat the hell out of them years and years ago. 30, 40 years ago, I used to eat the hell out of them. We used to grow them, but I guess I eat so many that my body just kind of rejects it or something. What's up, Darren Lowe? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Darren. Yeah, it's funny. I love the jalapenos and I put them in a lot of stuff. But what's the little orange peppers? Because those are the ones I eat the most of. Those little tiny ones.
Oh, okay. The ones I did were the last ones I grew were the yellow ones, like the daisy cutters. They were yellow marugas.
Oh, habaneros.
No. They're way hotter than habaneros. Way hotter.
No, I'm saying that's the one I really like. Or the
Oh, I got you.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. You know, I was just remembering when Cajun was talking about hot peppers that my parents, they would love hot, but I didn't realize that one was for heat, and my mom would put like guajillo, well, these different types of chilies to add flavor. And sometimes I would see her do what they do because they call, well, in Americans they call it long peppers, but they're a sweet banana.
Yeah,
But
for the chili rellenos and stuff.
yeah. So mom would make a separate sauce on top of the chili and chili rellenos. And I remembered that my great aunts, they would have three or four chilies just to make one chili sauce. And I thought it was just one, but hey, Johnny Ray, how you doing, sir? Um, so heatness is good, but that was only one chili. And I remembered even my godmother, when she made hers, she even put chocolate in some of her chili sauces to add sweetness.
Oh wow. Well, I know they got the chocolate habaneros and the chocolate marugas, and those have a chocolatey flavor along with the smokiness and the citrus. Actually, those super hots are really good flavor. That they're full of flavor. Uh, and there's a little burn to them, but like I said, the next morning, the next day, there's nothing to it. Well, it doesn't affect me, but jalapenos affect me the next day for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's strange. 'Cause it should be the opposite.
Yeah, and like if I eat, like I said, 3 or 4 slices of jalapenos on a pizza, in about 2 hours time, I'm cramping up and I gotta go to the bathroom, and it burns. But it's only with jalapenos, so I stay away from jalapenos when I make a pizza, because I make my own, or if I do order one, I tell them jalapenos on one side of the pizza only.
Yeah, and for me, like when I do my nachos, I've got to have jalapenos.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Missy loves them. Missy loves them.
Not jalapeno or not nachos without those for me. Gotten too used to them, and my grandkids, they pile even more on than I do. Even my little 4-year-old grandson.
Oh, got a bunch of Wheaties.
We used to do a chili in vinagre. It's onions and carrots with jalapenos in it, and you put vinegar in it. Man, you take some of those onions and you put them in a regular like sandwich, makes them awesome.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, like a.
Ooh, 1919D.
Are you on the YouTube side, Hector?
Yes, sir. I am.
Okay, because I am already had another coin up, so
Yeah, 1911.
I said 1911 now.
Yeah.
Let me go to the StreamYard side.
oh well, it doesn't matter, but you'll be seeing
yeah,
what I'm showing a little better.
4-second lag.
Yeah, it was just funny to hear you say the wrong date to that coin that I held up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Man.
scouring YouTube right now.
Is that a 10 or a 13?
Yeah,
Wow.
That's a 10. That's a 10.
green on them, so these will get put aside. But nice shape.
Yeah.
These are the coins that came out of the suitcase. The 75 rolls of wheats that I got,
Oh, okay.
along with that double ear 84.
Yeah, I remember that. That was about 7-8 months ago.
Yeah.
1918.
Yeah. There's my 1918 right there. That was my dad's birth year.
Nope, a little bit of green. The green ones over there.
I
Teens.
talked to Alex Conway earlier today on the phone, and we're gonna be meeting up tomorrow in Livonia, because that's where he lives, in Livonia, and we're bringing my granddaughter back tomorrow, and we're gonna meet up. And Alex was saying, "Hey, I got that gallon jar of wheat pennies and all them other pennies and all that. I'm gonna bring that to you." I'm like, "No, I told you to keep that. Go through them and investigate them and all that stuff. You want to give me a whole gallon jar of wheat pennies and all that?" I'm like, "No, man, keep that for yourself." Now, if he does bring them, and insists on me taking them, well, I'll be doing a bunch of giveaways.
Richard, would you mostly fine to very fine?
I normally look at the wheat stocks for that one.
Uh-huh.
And it should be showing some of the lines a little more so than what it is to be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that one right there would be in about VG.
Yep, very good.
He had a couple of fines in there. F that I saw earlier.
Pulled an extra fine 1909.
Was that a 12 right there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and I pulled another one. I think it's right here. Let me check.
Super Silverman. What's up, buddy? We were just talking about you.
Oops, let me pull it out of the flip.
Hector, who's the coin collector YouTube guy that lives to the west side of Phoenix that we all know? The 22 week D.
20. Offhand, I can't remember right now.
What's it? And it's his real name.
I know AZ Coins is in Arizona. That's the only I can come to mind right now.
Yeah, no, he's in. AZ Coins is up in the Northport by Kingman.
Right.
Andrew O'Neill.
Oh, that's what I say. O'Neill was up there too.
Yeah, Andrew O'Neill's north of him, of AZ Coins.
That one's a little hard to read. 14 or 16? 16.
16. No, that one's in good shape. I bet you that one. Show me the wheat stalks on that. I bet you that one's about F or VF.
It's VF.
Oh yeah, that's VF for sure there.
Yeah, a little weak on that side, so it's not going to go much past that. But
Right.
It's a nice one.
Yeah, it's a
bad.
high F, low VF.
Now, it doesn't matter what color these are, as long as they're not green. And that one's definitely got a little green to it.
Well,
Okay.
let's,
Well, for me, for my coins, I know you guys don't see all these dates like I do, so I get to be a little picky. Yeah, like that whole bag that I dumped out, this is all teens. And it's all that I've pulled in the last week and a half.
Hey, Cajun, did you? I don't know if I told you directly or saw through my one of my channels on one of my video channels. I bought a 1909 to 1940 book, and it was completely full except for a 1909 SVDB and a 1914D.
okay. Oh, Darren Lowe's got some coins he wants to show off.
Yeah, he's got a nice collection from his dad, all in the what's that better album that I have my Woodies in, something of coins album.
Library of Coins.
Yeah, it's all in Library of Coin albums for Canada. And he's got some almost full albums. It's a beautiful set. I'm going to try to fill his empty dates for him. So that'll be fun. Haven't traded any of my Canadian coins, so that'll be a fun one. There's a nice one. See, now it's got a bit of wear on it, but it's nice even wear. There's hardly any big dings or scratches. Very even wear. The rim is pretty nice most of the way around. That's the way I like to try to find my coins when I'm putting them in albums. Unfortunately, the back doesn't match it, but and Silverman, I never got an email from you. So shoot me an email when you get a chance. Yeah, a lot of nice early dates.
Darren wants a link. Rich,
Okay.
he's got a bunch of coins he wants to show off. Oh, I figured out the guy's name over there in, on the other side of Phoenix. Ramon Juan.
Oh yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, Ramon Juan. He's over there in between Phoenix and Quartzsite.
I never knew he.
Huh?
I never knew he was from Arizona. I never talked to him about his location.
Yeah, he's over there to the west of Phoenix and like Goodyear, you know, way west. He's a hay farmer. That alfalfa hay and all that, that expensive hay.
Yeah, that's what we used to do.
Hey, Sheree Ward, how you doing?
Hello, Cherry.
Sherry Ward, thank you for coming in.
Oh, I'm glad you showed up, Hector. That one Vizio power supply for $30-something with free shipping. I just got it was yesterday, I think. The eBay gave me a reminder saying this seller offers a free return shipping.
I'll check him out.
Yeah, that's that one for $33.99 for that power supply board for your TV.
Mm-hmm.
Because that one for $22, well, the other one for $24, the one that had sold, they got one. it says it's for your XVT 55 3SV,
Mm-hmm.
but that power supply board does not look at all like the board you have.
Mm.
That must be a type C or whatever, because I think you got the type A or the type B. That one looks like a type C power supply board, but this one here, the $33.99, they got free return shipping, you know, for their guarantee and stuff. So, but all their power supply boards are tested and all that before they ship them. So
1910. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if it's cleaned or has original color. It looks like original color.
oh, and it's not far from you. It's in Ontario, California, Hector.
Well, that's close.
Yeah. And if you order it, you'll get it by July 3rd or 5th or whatever.
Can you send me the link?
Sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, where we at, Darren?
Take you for a ride.
got my grandkids again with us.
Cool. Congrats.
And actually, the reason why they're over here is because my daughter, my wife, actually got a little concerned about the heat because their air conditioning went on Friday night, and they couldn't get anybody to come out and fix it until Monday.
Drive it through atmosphere for the border seat.
All right, Hector.
Okay.
I know which way you're looking. It's all good.
Oh, he's going to take us for a drive. I thought he was going to show us some coins.
I know. I kept saying drive. I didn't want to correct you. Thought I'd take you out for a nice scenic 5-minute drive, or as long as you can take it. As soon as you guys want to get back to coins, you go ahead and dump me. But
Where are you at?
this is basically Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, but we're in a suburb called Abbotsford, what they call the biggest little city in the country, with a population of a couple 100,000.
Vancouver, BC.
Yeah, West Coast, Canada.
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine. He's an electronics technician over there. What is his channel name?
A diesel electronics technician, eh?
Yeah, good electronics technician too. Works on a lot of older home stereo, home audio. He was in the business for like 20 plus years as a diagnostic troubleshooter.
I used to work in a little stereo shop, and the fellow who fixed the stuff there, his name was David Baird, or Dave Baird, if you like. And Dave used to come in still drunk most of the time. So we used to call the place Super Dave Baird's Impaired Repairs.
Oh, okay. This guy drives a Harley a bunch of times, so I'm pretty sure he's not a big drinker. I wouldn't be doing that on a motorcycle neither.
Not for long.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Well, you can in Arizona. You just got to go straight.
You think of his channel name. Crap. Let me go in here.
Let's see, 600 horse super truck is still
Thanks,
sitting.
Silverman.
I got 60 gigabytes of high-speed data to use up a month, so sometimes we go for a drive. stream out some data.
In fact, you kind of sound like him. Same voice, almost. He goes by 12 volt, 12, like number 1, 2, 12 volt vids. Let me see here. Let's see if I can get in his about page what his name is.
Yehu Garcia.
Cupid as his.
I wonder if that is Garcia.
I know a Cupid as his. He is a monster of a black man. He is a paratrooper in the United States Air Force.
Patrol.
And he is an incredible artist when it comes to painting bodies. Like, patrol car bodies. Incredible. I knew he was military. I didn't know he was a paratrooper. He'd jump on a plane and go crazy.
You'd want to call 911 for Abbotsford if I crash headlong into anything. Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada. Just in case. You never know. Pretty quiet night tonight. No reason to be too concerned.
This guy does a lot of digital, how you want to call that, restoration from VCR tapes. If you've got data and all that, like on VCR tapes, you send him your stuff and he'll put it all digital on DVD for you.
Oh, good man.
Or on or on hard drive.
Flash drive. Could probably put it on a flash drive for you.
Yeah, flash drives, hard drives, stuff like that. You know, all the digital stuff. That way, there's no moving parts. Doesn't show his name.
Yeah, I actually did that for a while before there was flash drive. And I used to do the 8mm tapes too.
VHS.
Yeah, this guy was into like the 8mm and what was the other ones?
Super 8 and 16. So, and there's beta, there's some other bigger, like 1.5" tape too.
Yeah.
El cassette.
You know, my dad had 16mm and 8mm film, and he's got the projector for the 16. And one night, well, almost every, 5 or 6 years, Dad would pull them all out, and we start seeing them again. And one night we did, and when we had a projection screen for him, he put it up. And as my dad was narrating the film, because it was all silent, footage, he narrated the whole thing. So I got his voice on the film while I was doing it on my phone.
Oh, smart. Yeah, now if he'd had the Super 8, he'd have had sound.
Yeah, but the film was circa mid 40s.
Yeah, that's a lot of the stuff I converted was from my family from the 40s and 50s, from my Marine uncle going through a lot of Hawaii. I've got Hawaii back in the very tail end of the 40s, first of the 50s. So, and I've got him going through parts of Japan and Okinawa and a few other areas through Korea and stuff.
What's up, pizza guy? What's happening, buddy?
Okay, Cajun, I ordered it.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's my big bitch of the truck. Oh, fuck, my knees are there.
All right.
The truck.
All right, hey, Darren.
Yes, sir.
That link I just put in. You can watch the video later. Like in the first
You should.
like 20 minutes of it or whatever. No, first hour. Well, it's right at the 58-minute mark in Rich's live stream, and you'll see that link, and that's 12 Volt Vids YouTube channel.
12 Volt Vids. I might know that one, actually. I really
You might
do
know
think
that guy. Yeah, he's kind of a heavy-set guy, kind of like premature gray, wears glasses. Like I said, he's been in the electronics business for 25, 30 years. Work on TVs, VCRs, home audio. He's a home audio nut.
Well, and if he's doing 12 volt, he's probably doing motorhomes and.
Oh no, no. It's just everything that's converted from 110 to 12 volts. There's more than 12 volts in a lot of stuff. You got a lot of 48, 60 volt stuff. And they're the only really good 12 volt stuff you're gonna have is like stuff that's gonna hook up 12 volts in your car, like a CB radio, but you still got 30 volts in it, and certain parts of it.
Right.
So get this, there's a brand new standard for computer motherboards coming out where they're going to get from the power supply only 12 volts. And on the motherboard, they're going to have the electronics to separate that out into the lower different voltages that the motherboard needs. These days, a power supply for a computer supplies 12 volts and 5 volts, and it's more complicated. But they're going to take some of that complication and put it on the motherboard, and then the power supplies that will be compatible with these new motherboards will just be 12-volt power supplies. That opens up a whole world for mobile for any kind of computer board because you can get 12 volts anywhere.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, mostly, like all your Apple computers and stuff, you'll have a 9-volt rail, 3.3-volt rail, 5-volt rail in those. You're not
Yeah.
going to have anything over 12 volts in an Apple computer. Laptop. And
And
it's
it's
been like
funny,
that for years.
when I built my computer, the best I could buy was a 1200-watt power supply. Now they come up to, I think, 1800 watts. I've seen the 16s.
I kind of size my power supply based on what I'm going to need to run, make it a little bit bigger than that. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Oh,
run.
there's a bunny. There's a bunny rabbit right there. Look at that. I got him in the lights. You see a bunny?
Yeah.
Bunny in the lights? You see him?
Didn't know this was going to be a wildlife show. He's right below the sign.
Yeah. Right.
There he goes.
Yeah. I see him. That looks like a domesticated rabbit.
How close can we get?
No, he's got horns. That's a jackalope.
Oh, yeah. I see him better now. I was looking at the rocks behind him. Yeah, that's one of them cottontails
That's great.
or swamp rabbit, we call them down here.
Yeah, don't give care much for me. I'm going to be able to have to drive around him. I am too.
That's some fine eating right there, too, now.
He don't care.
So, Darren, my computer runs two 10-core CPUs, Xeons. I also run two video cards, so
You're running server grade material there.
it is a server. Well, it's a workstation, but same thing basically.
I know what that guy's running from.
The rabbit. It's rabid.
Yeah. Damn, that guy's running fast.
It must be cold out there. So you're just going to get something to eat? Is that what you're out and about?
Yeah, I'm going to grab something quick here.
And what's the name of this place, Hortons?
Norton's. Norton's. I can't see it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple letters before that too.
What is that? A truck stop over there?
Well, that's a Chevy dealership right there.
Oh, okay. And I saw that guy running, and I saw there was a couple of 18-wheelers, and I'm like, oh, he must be a lumper wanting to unload a trailer.
Yeah, the AMD, that other people that make the processors, they just came out with one that runs 48 cores, and it'll take two of those big 1600 watt power supplies to run it. The board requires, I think, four of the big pin connections, which is just crazy.
Oh, 4 of those 24 pins? 20 pins? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the main power for the boards, and it takes four of them.
Yeah, with those after the power supply, those are switch mode power supplies, they call them. And that's how you can get so many watts and amps out of those.
Oh, the negotiations at these places are something else, I tell you.
But all your those AMX or well, anyway, the power supplies from those desktop computers, they have like your APX. You have your 12-volt rails, 5-volt rails, and 9-volt rails coming out of them. And those little bitty power supplies, man, they pack a punch. They put out a lot of good amps. You can convert them for like a ham radio. power supplies for your linears and high powered radios. That's the cheapest power supplies you can get.
And
Yeah,
like as I say,
I
when
ain't
this,
talking about cheap quality neither. I'm talking about cheap price.
no,
Yeah.
they're well controlled.
I
But
like
now,
the
tap.
server grade stuff because it's all battery backup stuff and it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I can get server grade power supplies.
Thank you.
Tested, uh, guaranteed, and I can get those, and I can push something that'll take 40 amps, like ham radio amplifiers. A lot of that ham radio equipment will take 40, 50 amps to push it, and I can convert those servo power supplies real easy. It's very simple to do if you know a little bit about electronics. And those things will push out a 60, 70 amps, and they're small.
Yeah. Well, they're long and thin.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because they're set up to be redundant, so you can have 4 or 5 of them lined up.
Mm.
I actually I can run my computer for about an hour and a half off my battery, including my monitor.
I've heard of those Horton coffee. I think they're famous for their coffee too.
Yeah, I just got a coffee.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Christopher W. Said it. Horton's Coffee Shop. Yeah. I've heard there's a lot of people that like their coffee, and then there's some people that don't like their coffee.
It's like
Go bigger, right? Like everything else.
McDonald's.
How much did you pay for that cup of coffee? About $4?
Oh, I don't think it was that much. I don't even know where I'm going here. Pardon my French.
And you I see you in Canada, so everything's more expensive in Canada.
Truth is, I took my bank card out and I tapped it against the machine and it went beep, and then I drove away. I didn't even look at how much it cost. I didn't care.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's a coffee, so I got enough in the bank account to cover it. I don't got to be very mindful of the cost of a coffee. So, as I say,
Right.
since I don't even give them cash out of hand, I just tap the card. You're pretty much blind about that. You just go ahead and get a coffee.
Right. Yeah, down here we got what they call Starbucks, and
We got that.
some of that stuff's like $6 a cup.
Yeah, we got Starbucks here. Plenty of Starbucks. Way too friggin' much Starbucks. But yeah, Tim Hortons isn't expensive like Starbucks. More like McDonald's.
Oh, okay.
I'm not crazy about McDonald's coffee. It's not that good. I mean, for me,
Super
Right.
Silver Man said I was a lumper for 6 years. Yeah, well, he knows what I'm talking about. When I seen that guy running for that truck, I thought he was running to get
Sure.
that truck to
We're
see
on
him.
the highway. We're going on highway number 1 here. Highway number 1, the number 1 highway, go all the way across the country.
my
Oh, okay.
coffee shop is about. Let's see. My coffee shop is about 10 feet from me.
Yeah, your kitchen.
Yep.
Yeah, mine too. Is that the same highway one that runs in the United States?
Nope.
Oh, okay. And we got a Highway 1 down here. It's U.S. Highway 1. It starts off in South Louisiana, and it runs all the way up north.
This one goes east to west, across the whole country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right now our next stop here, my city, which is the next exit there, is Abbotsford, 5 kilometers. Next after that comes Hope, British Columbia, 86 kilometers. Of course, that ain't miles, but we're going 100 kilometers an hour now, so we can be to Hope, inside an hour easy enough.
Yeah, me too, Sheree Ward. I could have got a donut out of that deal, huh? What's the speed limit on that highway right there?
I believe it is 100, and I'm doing almost exactly that.
100 kilometers. So that
Yeah.
would be what, 80 miles an hour?
No, 65.
65. Okay.
I'm only going the one exit. Know exactly where I live now. Clearbrook Road, Abbotsford. Guess I'm not being all that smart, but oh well. Come get me. I'm Canadian, don't got no guns. Get me anytime. I do have a nice baseball bat. I'm not non-violent, I just don't got no guns. I'm gonna grab what I got though.
You know, on that section of I-10 west of Phoenix, there's nothing but desert over there. Once you get past Buckeye and Goodyear, the speed limit's like, I think it's 80 miles an hour.
Nice.
I know it's not 85. I was going to say 80, 85. I think it's 80. Not 85. It's 80 miles an hour. But that's all open desert. There's no towns, cities you got to go through. When you get to Quartzsite, and what's that other town west of Quartzsite on the California-Arizona border on I-10? The
We're
speed
already
limit
off the
drops
highway.
down there to 70. What's that town there on I-10, Rich?
I'm not sure.
At the California-Arizona border, right there on I-10.
See
West-
there, we'll put you up the Best Western right in front of us here. Best Western. There you go.
There you go, $100 a night, probably.
Actually, because of the COVID, it's daily from $70 a night. Extended from $53 a night.
That ain't bad.
Because people are needing places to stay, but can't go home.
Oh, Blythe, Rich.
Oh
Blythe.
yeah, I've been through there,
Yeah.
but normally we're north of there, so I
Yeah,
don't go to
correct.
Arizona, I go to Nevada, so Sparks and those areas. Yeah, I actually enjoy seeing the scenery and stuff. I prefer it from the boats though, but seeing at night's a little tough. I'm sure it's really pretty through some of this area, but like when Matt was showing the Mississippi, a lot of that looks like the California Delta. I was shocked how many spots resembled areas I know well in Rio Vista, Isleton areas of California.
Doesn't make much of a difference if I turn on my brights or not. The camera kind of adjusts to whatever brightness it gets. I notice I just turned my brights on and off, and the camera just compensated. The picture looked the same to me afterwards. So,
Yeah, same thing with the sound. It's got levelers on both. It tries to make everything normal.
we're almost home already. I had to drop my buddy off there. He was visiting. Had him over for the evening and to get him fed up. He's a truck driver and he doesn't always feed himself so good. So I like to have him over for a meal now and then. Make sure he's getting fed.
That's got to be a nice out for him.
He doesn't have lives with nobody but the dogs, so doesn't have nobody to talk to. He doesn't eat his dinners with nobody. So yeah, I talk to him a lot while he's driving just to keep him busy and awake and whatnot.
And I bet you even fed the dog.
Dogs fed better than anybody. They know how to properly beg for a meal.
Yeah.
Another successful trip.
Hey, guys, I'm going to run. I got to get to bed here in a little bit.
All right, Cajun, thanks for hopping on.
All right, not a problem. Yeah, Missy reminded me it was getting late earlier, and we got to bring my granddaughter back over to Livonia tomorrow, and that's about an hour and 10-minute run, hour and 15-minute run. So, all right, guys, y'all take it easy. Catch y'all later on.
Later on.
Nice having you and Hector up like the old days.
Night. Love, peace, and crackling grease, and I'll catch y'all Plutarch.
Good night.
All right.
Thanks, Greg. Cragen. I mean, Cajun.
Oh, not a problem, Hector.
I'll tell you when I get it on Thursday.
All right, that'll work.
Good night.
Looks like a nice little place.
Lots of rent. Call it home.
Looks like a nice little place.
Oh, that's on the YouTube here too. Okay. All right, I'm going to bow out of the mobile here. Catch you on the
All
other.
right. Thanks for the drive.
Yeah, I was also noticing that they were saying the StreamYard is not going to go live on StreamYards from your phone.
Oh, I'll be darned. So you just can be invited up. Can't do your own.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but you know. So did you go through the rest of those pennies yet?
No, I've been waiting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought everybody got kicked out of seeing some of the, because I'm pretty lucky to get coins that people collected 50 plus years ago.
Yeah.
And I've pulled so many. I mean, I have 2 full things of Woodies. In fact, I think I've got 3 full ones right now. I'm working on my 4th. Something like that. Let's see, that one looks older.
Wow, it's 1916. I can barely read the 16.
Yeah, I was hoping it was a 14 with that D sticking out.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, I've got a hole for it, but... And I'm surprised I haven't found one in this group. So, and I'm actually separating these all by date and mint mark. I have a bigger, like a 4x4 Ziploc bag I use for the date.
Uh-huh.
And then I have 2 smaller bags in for D and S mint marks. So it works out really good. I can tell right away if I have, certain mint marks just by looking at the bag. And yeah, I'll be showing a video of that soon. I've got probably 90% of those rolls from the suitcase that I haven't touched yet. So I was going to start a series of going through some of those. I think people get a kick out of it. And the 30s coins are in just wonderful condition. Even the 20s. Well, imagine if the teens are in this good a shape. They were probably collecting in the 30s and 40s.
Right. It's funny. There was a rumor going around this town that somebody found a can of mixed coins in one of the old houses that were tearing down.
May not be as big a rumor as you may think. It's pretty common.
They said they found it in a kitchen wall.
That's where one of the flowing hair silver dollars were found. Was in a kitchen wall.
Can't tell if that's a D or an S.
It's a D.
D, okay.
I guess I could be getting a little closer. I forget how close I can get. And it's so strange because I turned the light on today and it was overly bright. It bled out the silver dollar I had. You couldn't even see the silver dollar. I ended up having to turn the power down to 5% from 45, which is really strange, but might have changed the position of the light a little bit. That might be it. Oh, okay. I'm not going to say. Anybody recognize what's going on here?
A crack I see on the left side of the O and C.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a crack. I think it's a lamination error.
Oh.
So let's get a little closer and see. Yeah, I think that's a lamination. So that's cool. Put that one somewhere else. So I found quite a few neat things out of these coins. The Woodies being the number one thing, but I'm finding a lot of strike through or struck through coins.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, oh, I love it. So I've got a little bag started with about 20 coins so far. Most of it's pretty little, but I have one that looks really unusual, and it's big old chunk of metal or something that was in it. And I'm not sure if somebody did it post mint, but it looks really interesting. I pulled it anyway. Another 16D. So I've been finding a lot of 10s with both mint marks, and found that 22D. Did you see that one?
Yeah, the weak D. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was cool. Oops. Green pile. Oh, that one looks in really good shape.
You getting a lot of 10s.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. I had dumped a little bag in because I started to do a new set. So, about 8 of them ended up from just one little bag. But some of these rolls were dated 1909 to 1912 or 1914. So the date range was pretty small. So that's why there's a lot of these early dates.
Wow, 1914 plane.
14s. There should be a 14D, darn it.
Yeah, well, if you do.
Just
Ooh.
hope it's in better condition than that. And what's going on with that one?
That's got a big old blotch in the middle of the. Looks like an undefined area.
Yeah, that's really strange.
I would put that one aside because it's not. No,
Yeah, 'cause
on the other side.
that's pretty good looking on this side to have that much messed up on the other side.
Does it look like it's raised to you, or it's not? It's not like it's depressed, but it just looks like it was never finished through.
Yeah, it looks like it's the same height as the letters and is covering them up.
Yeah,
So
definitely put aside. Yeah, that's kind of odd.
put it with the 22D.
17.
So the rims are nice. These coins were pulled out of circulation pretty quick.
Yeah, I can imagine what people were collecting when they were collecting in the 1930s, what they had in the range of their pocket change.
Indians. Because the last Indian was 1909, so people were still circulating Indians in their change.
How about some barbers?
Oh, yeah. In fact, barbers were fresh. 16 or 92, I think, to 1916 with the barbers, if I'm correct. Kind of tired. So I've got a real neat trade going for some of those 2020 bats quarters.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, not unfortunately, they're Denvers, but they're Denvers, and I heard there's an error with the Phillies.
Well, I went to the bank Friday. Yeah.
I saw your video.
And I could not believe that the whole place shut down to where you can get 4 rolls. You can still, some places you can still order your $50, but I haven't done that either. So
And there's been a bunch of people that have gone to try to get more coins. They were happy with just getting a roll of each, and now they're not doing that now. They're not giving you any rolls of coins.
Well, I'm pretty sure they have a stockpile somewhere, or I should say stockpiles.
When you realize the billions of each one they did, they've got plenty of coins. I'm sorry.
You
Even
know
with
what I think
people
it is?
hoarding them.
You know what I think it is? I think is that it's the personnel to get it out.
Well, I think they don't want to be touching the change because people are touching the money, and that's one way of passing the bug. But and they don't want to have to sanitize the coins. But who knows? If it doesn't make sense with common sense, I always question the heck out of it. Because I mean, they made what, $1.5 billion of most of these coins. So for the last 10 years.
Yeah, that's probably true. Christopher says that most people were not collecting in the 1930s; they were still living in the Depression era. You know, it wouldn't be for a lot of people because they did. I know they did a lot of bartering because my dad and my mom both lived through the Depression, but there was still some cash, you know, being made even in the 30s. I wonder what the mints were like for like pennies in the 30s.
As far as which
was being minted in the 30s. Let's see.
Yeah, Denver, San Francisco, and Philadelphia.
The 19. Well, I know the 31S is only 884,000.
Yeah, there's a few exceptions, and that's probably because of being so close to.
Well, in the first year after the Depression started, 29 crash, they minted 157 million that year.
Yeah, keep in mind though that most of those are minted right at the beginning of the year, so they probably start minting them in November for the next year, so they have a nice supply.
1930 in Denver, 40 million. San Francisco, 24 million. 31, they did, it's a low number, 19 million. 31D at, can't read that one, at 4 million, 4.5 million, I should say. Then you know the 31S is only 864,000.
Yeah.
And then it started rising up again.
And I've actually got quite a few 31S's.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
1919 Philadelphia.
Oh, so I was telling you about this trade I'm doing. I've got like a whole box of pennies coming for 2020 Ds. And then I've got like 16 to 18 rolls of bats. And then I've got the other one. I forget what they call that other quarter. Oh, that one's interesting. I think that's post mint, but I'll save it as if it's a strike through just because of the way it looks there on the wheat stock. But yeah, I was really lucky. I got a hold of the guy because he was just going to take his coins back to the bank. And it's like, man, there's a shortage right now on the rolls. Hang on to them or I'll take them and make another purchase for him. So hopefully he's going to just hold on to them.
Well, I was planning on going to an estate sale, but my wife got the kids on Friday, so that backed out. There was a guy who was selling his grandparents' property, and he was a collector, but he said he already had getting rid of most of the stuff. There was only like a few things left, and I said, I'll go check them out still. But then we had the grandkids here, and I thought that was more time value with my grandkids and going to get some coins.
Yeah. Couldn't guarantee if you win, it wouldn't be worth it.
And I told the estate planner or the organizer of the estate sale, because they do quite a few of them. If
Mhm.
it give me a heads up on it on coins that coin albums and slabs, and he says, "Oh, we'll go. Yeah, we got a few like that way. We'll come across." So see how it goes when next time they have an estate sale.
Yeah, and you should also be asking jewelry shops, any of the gold places that take gold.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them have people turning in silver books of coins. It's always worth asking. Leave your number. Have them call you if they come across any.
I went to one pawn shop and it was called Dean's Jewelry and Pawn in Fresno, and I went in there and they were more interested in selling tools and guitars and stuff like that. And when I saw it, they had a bunch of organs. They were just in a really side showcase and not very much displayed to it, And yeah, we'll be with you in a minute. I said okay, and I waited and waited. Never came around it because had so many people in there looking for their tools or whatever. So I said I don't have time to wait now. And I left.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
They should have prices right out on that stuff. They shouldn't make anybody wait for that kind of stuff.
No, even say spot plus $2 or whatever.
Yeah. Or spot plus $5.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And I am so frustrated at that. If there's demand, what's spot based on if it's not partially on demand?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a nicer one. Nice rims. So strange how sometimes the coins wear. So you got to figure out some of these coins have gone through so many penny machines, and so certain parts of them, because sometimes the device will push on the face of the coin and then make it slide through areas, so it's pushing on the back. Because I see a lot of the one side of the coin have a lot more wear than the other.
It was pretty worn.
When my kids were doing the those oblong pressed coins, like from Disneyland, I gave them old copper coins, so they'd have 95% copper. It made them look a lot nicer, and they pressed a lot easier. So, and I saw some people doing that with silver coins. In fact, I think Silverman, someone that had done that.
So many pockets. Most people were not collecting.
Well, the thing you got to keep in mind during this time, during the teens, pennies was what probably 80% of the people saved. I mean, because a penny would buy you a loaf of bread, or darn close, maybe a couple pennies. But yeah, it actually had quite a bit of value back then. I know in the 30s, I've got my grandmother's notes of loaning money to her siblings, and they were borrowing 3 to 7 cents at a time, and it was getting them enough groceries to feed the family. So it's always interesting to see like my old newspapers showing produce and meats and stuff. That one was pretty good. What was that one? 18. Oh, good night, Sherry. Oh, that was a long time ago. All right. Well, I did say good night, Sherry. I was just a little late.
Hey, Barry.
Oh, maybe she was saying goodnight to Cajun.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what did a penny buy in the 1930s, and I don't have it written correctly so that it comes out what's the value of a penny.
Yeah, and the best way to do that is because I'm sure some areas were a little higher than others, where there was more work and that kind of stuff. Because I think it really affected at that time, the prices were based on the income of the areas and the employment of the areas. So, I'll be pulling out my old newspapers here soon. I've got big old giant stacks of them, and they start in the mid 1800s. Well, I've got a few that are like 1820s and stuff, but most of them are mid 1800s and all the way up through like 1930s, 40s. Well, not too many 40s, mostly 20s and some 30s. About then was when my family stopped collecting them.
Well, in 1930s, a bottle of Coca-Cola was 5 cents.
So, and was that I don't know how many sizes they had. Curious if
It was the old 6 ounce.
Huh.
Wow, a brand new furnace in 1933 was $64.50 for a furnace in a basement one.
Yeah, but you got to consider that's a furnace that would have lasted 30 to 50 years. I mean, they were made really well back then. Not all the lighter weight parts of the 60s and 70s. And so, oh, my second 1908. So funny. I'm going to do a video about. I have a coin that you'd swear it's a 1908. Yeah, not too many slicks in this group, so that's pretty unusual to get one.
Well, I'm looking at Al's market right now. IGA was a big market in those days. $0.25 a pound for Long Island ducklings. 39 cents for rib lamb chops.
And what year?
1933. Even has the old phone numbers to the places. A quart of milk was 25 cents. Wow. Bottles of wine, 750 milliliters, 39 cents to 75 cents. Exotic wines, $1.15 a bottle.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder how much it changed from the 1913 to the date you're looking at. Well, it was nice having Cajun and you up here at the same time. It's been
Yeah,
a
I
long
know.
time.
Yeah, it has been a while. Crisco 1 pound jar, 51 cents. Excuse me. This is an A&P store.
An S?
It looks like a D. Oh no, it is an S. It's an S.
Nice. No better coin. Oh, here's a bent one.
22,000 for that one. 22 million made that one. Ooh, that is bent.
1911.
You got to hit
Look at
behind.
that. I just love the baseball one that's convexed. Is that how you say it?
Christopher says, type how much a local bread, no, I mean a loaf of bread in 1930 was. Let's put it that way. Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, and try it again for like 1910. It'd be curious to see the difference. Because that was a big, our machine revolution was what, 1880s to about 1920 or 30.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a big time for everybody. Things being mass produced, even cars.
According to Google, 5 cents.
Yeah, because I thought it was just a penny or two for the earlier years.
And then early 1950s, 29 cents. And then 1960, around 39 cents. How did things cost in 1930s? Let's see.
Yeah, because I thought the 30s that it was like a silver dime
Okay, bye. All right.
came close to a day's wage. And it's got some green pile. So you guys getting tired of looking at these early wheats, or should I keep going?
Keep going.
Got 16 people in here. Oh, that's a nice one. Oh, too bad that scratches right at the mouth. Oh, it's a spitting Lincoln. Funny because I try to pull these jokes with my grandkids and they're like, what? Lots of tens. Oh,
Yeah.
that looks like a strike through. See it?
Uh-huh.
Interesting. I love it when the piece is still there. I have a couple that still have the piece that was the cause. That's always fun. So see, just in the few coins I've gone through, because I haven't gone through that many, that looks like what, 60 to 70 coins maybe. And I've already found 2 strike throughs and
1916.
14 people fell asleep. Well, I know I've got a lot of lurkers that are searching their roles and stuff when they're listening, so they don't chat a whole bunch, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I have the same when I'm looking through mine. I think about the very first time I remember doing the search, I remember people were in my the count was in, up, saying there was like 5 or 6, but they weren't talking in the conversation box.
Yeah, maybe we should start doing grades. and grade some of these. You know, it's funny because everybody went really quiet on me the other night, and it's like I was going through these, and it's like, ooh, a 1909 SPDB, and I got all excited. It's like, nope, they're asleep.
Chris,
nobody said nothing.
Christopher says that keep going. I think 14 people fell asleep.
Yeah. So the frustrating thing is you got to consider both sides of the coins when you grade. I like when they first started doing the grading, they actually gave a grade for both sides, and that was fun because some of the coins I have just almost a flawless one side, but the other side, you know, has some marks or issues. So it was neat to see some of those high grades on some coins. Like this is a good example. This one's really poor reverse. Looks like a deteriorated die issue. And this side looks just fine.
Well, it's kind of funny because the 1910 did 147 million. Now the 1910 was only 6 million.
$6 million for the 10.
The 1910S only minted 6,045,000.
Oh, it looks like an interesting one coming up next.
And there's no 1910D.
Okay, what's going on with this one? Oh, a cat die. Oh, I wish. I'd love to find one of those coins. And some of them aren't that valuable, but it's just the fact that you found it. That one's really interesting.
That one is missing a lot of the design. It's got a deep depression, plus it's got a raised area. 2 areas, 3 areas.
Yeah, and it looks like a O right there. Right there.
Yeah. Not only that, there's an edge of something next to it also. Yeah. I didn't realize there was no 1910D.
So it must be the O for of America.
Excuse me.
Interesting.
She has a very soothing tone.
It's definitely bent up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks like there's writing in this crevice. Let me take a closer look here.
Definitely there is.
Huh. Very strange. And these are the ones that get me because I'll save them every time. I used to have a big bag mark for Chuck to check, but now it'll have to just be the group. Oops. It's a jumper.
That one's hard to read.
It's got to be a 14D, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's
Looks
a
like 19.
or a 13 or an 18.
Too hard to tell.
Yeah.
Got some odd issues too, but lots of wear. Yeah, although I know you're saying hammered or vice job, but keep in mind some of these coins were going through some pretty heavy penny machines. There was a lot of coin operated stuff back in the day during this time period, and some of it, yeah, it'd be really easy for it to, have a spring slip or some part of a gear uh, crunch it or whatever, or cause these issues, or jam a bunch of coins in and have one go somewhere it doesn't belong. I remember the old Coke machines. They used to, once you got them, and like you were buying it for your downstairs uh, um, playroom or whatever for watching sports and stuff, they had they'd shake that cage really well for any coins that got lost inside, and there was always coins that fell. I used to watch them redo the Coke and Pepsi machines, the old ones. Now, I don't think that one's a strike through, but it will still go to that pile.
$19.18 Philadelphia. Excuse me.
So, how did it go with your big old bunch of coins that you got from that one guy? Did you find some pretty good coins?
Yeah, I found some 55 S's. Mostly they're really in good condition. Being less qualified as an expert in calling the grade, but it's I would say AU.
Cool.
Really really nice. And it was like 23 of them, and then I've got a whole tube of steel pennies, Philadelphia's. Right here. Beer Can Burr, how you doing?
Hey, Bricken.
You got another bag opening, or are you putting in some bag some away?
I was gonna look. I had a couple 09s. I was gonna go ahead and show those. So I had a big old bag of them, but I had just dumped those in another 1909. I got almost a roll of 1909s now. Not a very good one.
It's 1909 Philadelphia.
Ooh, green stuff.
Yeah.
No VDB. That's in pretty good shape.
Mm-hmm.
VDB.
Yep.
And a good one. Shows really well. One of the wheat stalks in really great condition. The other one's closed. So that's cool. Yeah, and that roll of 1909s, well, it's probably 35 or so coins. But I figured by the time I finish all these, because these are the 75 wheat rolls that I bought in that suitcase. And as I was going through some of the other rolls, they say like 1920 to 24 or whatever. And I'm finding coins. Well, I found a few 1909s in it. So those dates don't mean nothing for the older ones. I think it was just giving an idea that there were some of those earlier dates in them, but didn't mean they all were.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully that's going to go the same way for the older dates, that there's older coins in there.
1919s.
Yep. I'd love to find a SVDB or a 14D. That'd just be so much fun.
Oh, I would imagine. A 1919D, 57 million. $16D, 35 million.
And I love the condition of these. The guy that collected them did pretty good because I don't run into too many green ones. So he was pulling them.
97 million for that one.
Oh, wow.
I mean, 197, excuse me.
Twice as many. Another one.
Is that a D or S? S?
It's S.
San Francisco did 140 million.
A little better condition. So the neat thing is as I'm going through these, I'm pulling the 10 best of each date and mint mark to do my grandkids' books. I have already done books for them with the Lincolns, but
Mm-hmm.
I never had the older dates. So most of their books are 43 and up.
Wow, 1914. Too bad it wasn't a D.
Well, I'd prefer it if this one wasn't the D. I want it to be
Yeah.
the same condition on the other side. And
No,
how, because you can't tell. Oh, yeah, you can't tell that there's any green on this coin. Oh, there's a little bit right behind its head.
Yeah, I see it. That one, 14, Philadelphia, 75 million.
So I was looking at the date. So if you guys want me to move to the 20s, I can go to the 20s bag and see if we can find a 22D.
Wow, that one's a big mintage year. 288 million.
Wow. Well, 18. When was World War One?
It ended in 1918, I think. I'm not even sure. I'm gonna check that out.
That's strange that it'd be high then. I would have thought that they were using copper. Maybe they'd had plenty. Or the Allies had enough to keep us going. Oh, there we go.
World War One was from November of 2000. I'm sorry, July of 2000. I am sorry. I don't know why I'm not reading it correctly. July 28th, 1914 to November of 11, 1918. A year and 4 months.
I'll be darned. Here's a Woody.
Oh yeah.
Not as nice on the other side, but that's okay. I'll take a one-sided Woody any day. Okay, yeah, I'll switch over in just 1 second here. Let me get some of these coins pushed up. And I'll go through the 20s bag because that'd be neat to find another. Because I did find that last 22D in this bag.
1915.
I think it's 12. Oh, you might be right. Hard to tell on that one.
No, it looks like a 12. Well, no.
Yeah, because the 15 was a little high-hatted. So it could be.
Well, 29 million for that one. It's a 15.
Okay, I'll do 2 more and then I'll do the 20s bag.
1918D.
With some nice color, yeah. Cool, nicer coin. That was in really good condition. Now, I think the high end of extra fine needs those wheat stalks to be pretty perfect. But I'm not positive. Not good at the other grades on these. Give me just a minute, guys, and I'll get this.
No rush.
So I have probably 60 something rolls still of these wheat penny rolls.
Wow.
And there are a few 50s, but most of it is 40s and before. Well, in fact, I think there was more 30s than there was 40s.
That wasn't Chuck's auction day with Jessica Johnson. And I bid it on a 1956 RPM. And it was a 1956D. I almost got it.
Oh, shoot. Frustrating to get close.
But I'm pretty sure there's others out there.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, Darren, when I got these coins, it was my coin dealer called me and asked me if I was interested. Said an old man, too old to carry in the suitcase full of coins. Oh, Darren's in the bottom there. Just meant Darren.
So the coin shop didn't buy them?
Well, he's not interested in them.
Oh, okay.
So he's a silver and gold guy and jewelry. And so, yeah, I tell him to any bankrolls, doesn't matter what they are or, even what country, to give me a call. And that all run down. I've even given him cash just to sit on in case something big comes in. But he's the guy that told me when that collection that I got from that one family said they had a gold collection for me to look at. He told me he had like 150 grand that was for me to use to purchase that collection, which was really cool of him. Of course, he would have profited big time off of it, I'm sure, but still, it's pretty cool to do for me. And it was a pretty big collection of gold. I'll be going over there and picking that up here probably in the next 6 months. All right, so here's the 20s.
I saw a video the other day. I can't remember the guy's channel name, but he bought some gold that was from a sunken ship off the coast of North Carolina, South Carolina, and the ship sunk in 1857, and it was pieces of gold, 5 grams, and he bought it for $35.
Wow.
Yeah, he picked it up from eBay, and it was $229 net profit minus the $35 that he spent on the gold.
That's lucky. Alrighty,
29D.
See, and look at the condition of these 20s.
Yeah.
That's all extra fine. Nice. And not all of them, but most of them. Which makes it really nice. So I'm hoping once I get my grandkids taken care of with some albums for the early years, I was going to do a couple, either do an auction or
25, Philadelphia.
put a couple up for sale. Now, it's embarrassing to say, but as a young kid, I knew that there was a certain type called red. And I always thought it was these ones. So I saved a whole bunch of these kind of reddish looking coins thinking they were something special.
Mm-hmm.
But I was pretty little at the time. But so yeah, I found one with a little note in it saying red the other, well, it's been a couple years, but it was a coin from that far back. Because that's the neat thing about this is a lot of this stuff was from when I was, under 10 years old.
Another low mintage in the 20s is the 1924D.
See, and I have quite a few of them.
Yeah, that one's only 2.5 million. The 1924S is 11 million. The 26S only 4 million.
Oh, the 26S?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1926 San Francisco, 4.5 million.
Okay, let me look that one up really quick and I'll see what Gray Book's price is on that one. Oh, I'm trying to open another StreamYard window. Wrong button. So this is CDN Publishing. It's graysheets.com. And that's where I get my prices from. They do give some free prices, but if you join, you get 3 sets of prices. One for the raw coins for all of it, turning it into dealers, selling it like on eBay, and then what to expect to pay for it coming from a coin shop, which is pretty cool.
There was a book that I lost track of and I forgot all about it. I was within 1 hour of buying or putting a bid in. It was a 1909, 1940 second part. I don't know what that second part means, but they had 74 coins. Most of the 30s and 40s were there. 20s probably half, and the 10s very little. And of course, it didn't have the 1909 SVDB, but it was only selling for $2.29. That was the bid.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was an hour into it, and then my wife called me away, and I had forgotten all about it. I went back, and it was already sold for, I think, $15.
How much would you have spent on that one?
At least 30.
Yeah, I would have thought, minimum 2025 for sure. So that 24S in brown, AG3 is 76 cents. And by the time you get to very good 10, it's $2. Fine 15 is $3.50 or 60. BF25, very fine 25 is $8. BF30 is 21. 35 is 24. And XF, which is what most of these coins are, is $35. And 45 is 53. AU is 50 is $88, and it hits $100 at 53.
Wow.
So that's a pretty good coin.
Mm-hmm.
AU 58 is $108. So cool.
Yeah, so that would be a semi-key date then for just
Yep.
26S.
And I know I've got 24S's. I remember
1920.
having the little S mint mark bag inside my 24.
Wow. 1920 did 310 million.
Yeah, it's crazy how it varies so much.
Yeah, no. So I was going to say, how do they predict what they'll need?
Well, I think back then they were doing it where, every 5 years they would re-up on the coin. So they'd let some of them go kind of low, not very many minted as long as they weren't running out of coins. Something like that.
Well, a 23S goes for minted at 8.7 million.
So not too far off the 6 million.
27D.
So I'm pretty sure there's quite a few of that one, if I remember correctly.
27D is only 27 million. $28, 134 million. Is that 38 or 28?
It's 28. Not a very nice one.
I need to stand up. My feet are already, my butt is already hurting.
25D.
That's a low mint. Still,
Oh, is it?
it's about 22 million. Anything I consider under 50 million, it's a lower side of the mint.
Yeah, and I think to be worth the money, it's going to have to be under 10 million.
But a 24D, that's what you should keep in mind. 2 million only.
Yeah. Another Woody.
I needed to ask
So far I've had 3 Woody.
what makes it a Woody?
Just a second, let me grab it again. So the Woody coins are errors. Let me get this focused a little better. See how the lines run from one rim to the other? It looks like scratches. You see that, Darren?
I'm actually flicked over to YouTube so I can get a bigger picture here, and I'm looking for the lines that run where?
Left to right.
And a slight diagonal.
Yeah, actually, it was showing better when I had it the other way, but the little lines that look like scratches are actually a metal mix issue. And it's causing, I think it's the tin and the copper having issues. And it's actually considered an error. It's called a wood grain.
So it takes what would have been a weedy and it has got that grain, so we just call it a woody.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Canadian coins did it too.
Okay, I see what you mean. I can see that when the light hits it that right way, I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And some of them that I have are super pronounced, have big blonde streaks through them, and look like lace. And those are the ones that I love and are worth quite a bit of money.
Cool.
So it adds quite a bit of money when they're that kind of lacy, especially if it's on a better coin. or better condition. Doesn't have to be low mintage or nothing.
Beer Can says that a 1958 Brown sold last night for $968. Nice toning though.
Huh.
It's a lot of dough.
Yeah, normally you don't see the nice toning on the brown ones. You see it on the red brown ones. So that's cool.
Another 24.
Yeah, we're bound to hit a third D.
Okay, Darren, if Richard hits a 24D, he's got steak dinner on us. He didn't say
Good luck to that. What the hell?
Coming from Canada?
What the hell?
28.
Maybe I could get you sent a nice Alberta steak or something.
Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or maybe we should do the opposite. If he does get a 24D or a 1914D later, maybe we should buy us a steak.
I knew this was going somewhere.
I think with that kind of luck, I want some numbers picked for the lottery so I can just put them in the system here. I need somebody who's got the good luck.
Yeah, now I'm just gonna palm a 24D out of the rest of my collection.
I don't got no good luck when it comes to nothing.
Look,
Yeah.
I came up with 6 in a row. Wow.
6 in a row.
Look at that. Yeah, and for the 14 people that are out there, well, the 12 other people than the 2 I'm talking to, what's your
20.
best Wheatie that you've pulled, and what kind of condition was it in? Did you find yourselves a 22D?
No, but I think I pulled a 1919 penny from my coin roll hunt, and I think Albert, goodies and oldies and goodies, wanted to buy it from me, but he says, "I'll take it." And I said, "That's my only 1919 then." So I said, "I'll keep it for a while until I find another one." But you got dibs on it if you want to buy it later.
Yeah, you got to be careful. When people speak up really quick, you got to pay attention because they've either seen an error in it
Yeah.
or it's a semi-key day. Here's another 24. And they've been in pretty much fine to extra fine condition. So if we do find one, the chances of it being an $80 coin is pretty good.
$29 plain.
Yeah, now as a kid, I remember not the 14Ds, but I remember finding the 22s. I remember finding some of the other ones for the 20s and 30s that were low mintage. You know, I filled like 20 of the 1909 penny albums or folders with a lot of those semi keys.
27 and 26D.
Yeah. I have to look at the 27 again. It looks like a
No.
Woody almost.
That face of the 27, yeah, does that qualify as Woody? Sure did look like that.
Yeah, but if you look, you can see that they don't run side to side. They make little swirls and stuff. So that this is actually post-mint damage.
You kind of want them to go side to side, eh?
Yeah, they need to be a straight line. Well, for the most part, they can be a bit lacy, but you'll still see the pattern of them going side to side across the coin.
Like a wood grain.
Yeah, well, here, let me, I think I have my album. Let's see if my album's right here, because I got a whole book of them.
Enough Woodies to build a shack.
Darn near. Yeah, it's right here. Just a second.
Speaking of Shaq, the basketball player, I don't like him. He's kind of rude.
Why do you say that?
Well, there's a show on the internet that's now on TV called Hot Ones. You ever heard of that?
No.
Well, this guy does an interview of celebrities and whatnot while they eat progressively spicy hot wings. There's 10 of them, and they start at your real mild hot sauce, and they go up to the craziest hot sauce in the world. And this guy eats a wing along with whoever he's interviewing, the exact same wing. He'll swap with the guy if he doesn't believe him, right? And they have a really good interview. And of course, as the star, whoever he's interviewing, eats these wings, they get preoccupied with the heat in their mouth, and they kind of let their guard down. It ends up being some really good. Those are those great books. Hey, that's lovely. It ends up being a really great interview, but he's got the bottles lined up on the table for effect, all 10, and the wings are already spiced. And at the end, it's tradition that he takes a little extra of the hottest sauce and puts a little dab on his, and he tells the guest, you don't have to do this, but it's tradition. I always put a little extra dab on the last one. And they always say, yeah, I'll do that too. I'll take that dab and take the ride with you. But what this guy does, this J.A., is he takes every bottle on the table. He cracks it open. He pours it out on the table to make a great big sauce of all the sauces. And he says, now, that's shack sauce. Now, he rolls a wing in the sauce, and he dares Sean, the host, to eat it without eating anything himself. He even pussied out earlier. He didn't even eat all 10 wings. And now he's made a sauce of all the sauces, and he's telling Sean he has to eat it. And Sean, being the guy that he is, looked Shaq square in the eye and said, you bet, Shaq, I'll eat it. And he did. And I thought, you're a jackass, buddy. And that's it. I never thought much of him after that show. So that's my reasoning. I saw him treat somebody I respect with very little respect, and I just formed an opinion.
Yeah, and be careful cussing because it messes up my monetization.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I like that show, and in fact, that real famous singer that sings those outrageous, wild songs, she's like 20 or so. Man, her YouTube things are all at 500 million views. I forget her name. She's that really odd gal that does
Is that
the
Billie
really
Eilish?
Yes, she was on the show, and she ate it all and loved it. And when it got to the very last one, she said, "Yeah, that one's pretty tough," but she goes, "I enjoyed most of them," and she was an absolute sweetheart on the show. And I also saw Gordon Ramsay on the show.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah, he was he was a wimp on it too.
Did you see Rachel Ray, the cooking girl?
No.
She was awesome. I don't even want to tell you anything about it. Just watch the Rachel Ray episode of Hot Ones. She's a trooper. She's a soldier. She's awesome. Anyway, that's enough.
In fact, I think Gordon Ramsay even mentioned how she didn't finish on the show. Yeah, because he was a wimp. I mean, he wasn't able to eat most of it. Well, he barely took a bite and then would wipe it out of his mouth and then drink all this other stuff. Had them bring him ice and all these waters and milks and orange.
But he went to the washroom in the middle and he touched his own private part there. He came back and I swear to God, he was talking about how he burned himself and how it hurt.
Yep.
What a dummy. You gotta think of these things.
He even used lemon juice to try to clear his palate. It's like, why would you put lemon juice after you've been eating hot sauce? That's just not smart.
No, he tried a few things, but I at the end when he and Sean made the eggs, he said that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
He was making the eggs and they put in a little creme fraiche and a bit of salt and whatever, and he tasted it and he says to Sean, taste this, and he does, and he says, what does that need? And Sean looks at him and he says, I don't know, some hot sauce? And he says, no, you idiot, more salt.
That's right.
And I thought to myself, you know what? I never put salt in it. I would never salt an egg like the way he does. He's You know, he's a top chef, so I try to take tips. And I mean, I have cream in the house quite often too. I could make it like he makes it, but I can't see putting that much salt in it. I don't like salt like that.
Well, and creme fraiche and cream are totally different.
Yeah, I guess they are too.
Yeah, creme fraiche is actually really good in stuff like that. It adds a great moistness.
Well, what's the big difference between creme fraiche and creme, you figure?
It's a little more closer to like sour cream rather than a liquid. So it's not quite sour cream texture, but close. I actually use creme fraiche in my raviolis.
Well, how would it compare to a heavy cream like a whipping cream?
It's more solid.
More solid. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you were putting it in an egg like that, I wonder if you added a real high milk fat whipping cream, if you wouldn't be similar.
Yeah, it would probably be similar because I don't think there's much taste to it. It's very much the same that way. Just like a richness. Yeah, I used to do a lot of cooking with goat cheeses and creme fraiche and the Italian soft cheeses, and I used to make some pretty crazy things. But my grandkids loved everything I ever made.
Doesn't sound crazy at all. Not at all. That's the other thing too, eh? The other thing that makes things better. If it's not good enough, add more butter. More butter, more salt.
Bacon fat.
That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. My charge cord for my tablet is bad. Every time I move my tablet, it makes a... I don't think I want to charge anymore noise.
Uh-oh.
I know. I like my tablet. I play a lot of this one game on it, so been playing it for years. Never really started playing any other game. Don't have time. 27.
Yep, and a 24. Oh, you're on YouTube.
Yeah.
20D.
Oh, it's 24, yeah. You guys can tell me what's coming up, like the Swami and Pastrami. See, now I'm seeing the 20D.
I can tell you what the future holds for you.
I can tell you what you can tell me what the future holds for you.
2019.
What you'll be holding in the future.
20D.
That's pretty funny too. If you thought about that and did it like for fun, you could catch a person out and have one guy say, "I bet you the next thing she picks up that he picks up is a," and just say it. You know, that'd be hilarious.
No, I've run into that many times. That's like me just telling you just now that you're on YouTube. There's been a lot of times I notice people are watching YouTube instead of the stream.
Well, you can only watch the stream if you're on the panel, and if you really want the biggest picture you can get, you got to go to YouTube. If Streamlabs had something that made the picture bigger, it'd be better.
Yeah, see, I'm on a 28-inch 4K screen, so
I got you on my 24.
pretty good size for me.
Actually, I could put up both. I got a couple of computers here. I could just go ahead and launch YouTube on one and have Streamlabs on the other.
Yeah, and I actually have a 48-inch that I could be putting it to, but then I'd be looking in different directions, and I'm better off looking one direction. So, and I've got dual monitors, but normally I keep one off unless I'm editing.
I want to get a video card that will allow me to run 4 monitors. I can only run the 2 right now, and I would really like to run 4.
Yeah, they're cheap enough. You can even buy like a old 2200 card from oh shoot, it's a network card, but it does 4 monitors. It also does digitizing and that stuff on the fly. So if you're uploading videos, it'll digitize your video for you before you have to upload it and make it a lot faster.
Oh yeah, what's that? Which 2200 card is that one you're talking about?
It's called a K2200.
Oh, it's the NVIDIA, what you call it?
Geez, another 24.
Business card, Quadro.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't come up with it. See, I used to use a lot of the Quadro cards because of doing my editing.
Well, you're right. It's easy to pick up some of these Quadro cards. I got a friend, he does CAD cam. He drives me nuts. He's my best friend. I've known him since grade 1. We've been best friends. He was the best man at my wedding. I at his. That's the kind of thing, right? So he does CAD cam at home, and he called some local computer guy to put him together a computer. He got like a Quadro 750, this really low end Quadro, and it's good enough for him. But now he's getting to the point where he's thinking about a computer upgrade. And I looked at his computer and I said, you don't need a computer upgrade. You should be watching Craigslist for the castaway card from some pro who just upgraded to the latest and greatest and is casting away a card that's 10 times better than the card that you have for your CAD CAM work. You drop that card in there, even without upgrading anything else, you're going to notice a big difference. He doesn't understand. I think I just need a whole new system. Like, okay,
Yeah.
well, I don't know what to tell you. You got a really low end card for what you do, and these days for $200 or $300, you could get a really high end used card for what you do, and that's the engine you need. Your CPU is fine. I told them put up a CPU monitor, and when you do things, see if you're maxing your CPU or your GPU. Anyway.
Yeah, and most people don't
Tried out.
realize that those workstation cards, I mean, they've got a computer chip on them. They're doing all kinds of other things. So for doing that kind of work that he was doing, it loves it and can do it really fast. The GTX cards, sure, they've got CUDA cores and that kind of thing, but when you're doing true drafting and that kind of stuff, a lot of those require a true workstation card. And sometimes, depending on which card he has, you can just get one of those piggyback cards too. That'll just add a bunch of video memory for him and help the card out a little bit, make everything go faster. Because normally they're just really low in VRAM, so the piggyback cards will give you the extra VRAM. Because those cards, the Quadro cards, you can run them in parallel.
When is it too much to have in a computer? Is it because of the use that you don't max out your potential with it, or is it just too much money for the bang on the computer? Like, for example, you guys are talking about these high-end for servers use. Would an ordinary high-end computer just be the same cost effect as being one like at the top level server one?
But it depends on what you're doing. Some software is very specific in what they require. And normally it's VRAM, the video RAM. Some of it needs lots of secondary RAM, the RAM that's on your motherboard. It just really depends. The workstation cards, some of them are really specific to doing stuff like animation and that kind of thing, or actual video for like the studios that are doing movies and that kind of thing. It just really depends on what you're after. But normally, if you have a really good GTX card these days, with the amount of CUDA cores they have on them, it normally does most of the software that's out there. But if it's a job that you're doing, if you're doing it for your job, you want to be more specific and make sure you're getting stuff specifically for it. Like the card I was just talking about, for some of the CAD programs, it actually has a code that you put into it that'll turn that card into just doing that actual specific software, and it totally changes the card.
Makes it like 4 times faster than any other card to do that particular job.
Yeah, and because it's called pairing or mating, and when you mate it to the right software, it just is a lot more efficient. So pretty neat stuff. The card that I had, that K2200, was really good for CAD, AutoCAD, and I put it in a computer for my cousin, and he was doing some really big stuff and ran a huge plotter and stuff with it, and yeah, the car did just fine. And that was about 5 or 6 years ago, and now they're like under $100. I think I paid like $400 for it when it was new.
Yeah, the first thing to do, though, is to determine which programs you'd like to run, and then take a look at those programs. Every program is going to provide some sort of, this would be the recommended system
Minimum.
to run. You want to look well beyond the minimums, of course, but you start there. A lot of these computers have many, many, many CPU cores, but some software is single cored, and it only runs on one of all the cores. And if you have run that software and you have a 12-core processor, you only ever use one core no matter what you do, because the software isn't written to leverage multi-cores.
Yeah.
So again, if a person has like a one-core cheapo computer and you bought one that was $5,000, it would run almost exactly the same on both of those two machines, just because the software is what it is. So start with what software you want to run, look into what it wants to run on, and then get it more than that, and you're a little bit future-proof.
Yeah, and always go with recommended specs. Don't ever go minimum.
Yeah, no, minimums suck.
Oh, I followed their directions for minimum, and sure, it'll run the software, but it runs it so slow it's not really usable.
Well, they want to have the minimum so that like they're casting the widest net they can for customers.
Yeah, it's an absolute sales play.
Yeah, absolute.
Yeah, and the graphics card I'm after, of course, I'm dreaming for it, but who knows, maybe one day. It's like $5,000.
Well, I had to do that to a customer the other day. He bought a laptop for VR that had a 1050 in it, and the 1050 doesn't cut it, not at all, not for this application. And already other of my colleagues had started him through troubleshooting, and I'm like, why are you doing this to this person? This guy has a core problem. He doesn't have to go through troubleshooting. He needs a different laptop. You can't upgrade the video card in a laptop generally. That's not 100% true, but it's like 98% true. And he just didn't have enough video card. It was never going to happen. So I wrote him that email, right? I love being the person who writes that email. This is not going to work. You can't do this. It doesn't matter what you do. You need a new laptop. Because it always starts out with, my laptop is a good VR quality laptop, and I have made sure that all the specs are good enough to be able to run your thing, and I can't run your thing, and I'm very unhappy and upset. Please get back to me right away. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get back to you, but you're not going to like what I tell you. Here you go, NVIDIA Quadro K2000 video card, 99 beans I can get one for.
Yep. And if you look for a used one, you'll get it even cheaper. And
that is the used one. I'm on Craigslist.
They're rock solid.
It's Canada pricing now, too. So probably like $120 American. I see you got 2 display ports and a DVI.
Yeah, and you should be able to put a splitter on it or something. I remember it saying that it ran 4 screens. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it runs 3, but double check the specs, because I was pretty sure it ran 4. Sometimes they have a dongle that'll split it for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's other ones that run the 4 that'll right in that same price range. And Hector, one of the biggest problems that most people don't realize is if they would just add a little more RAM to their computers, they would stream easier. They'd be more multitasking. For me, like my computer, I haven't shut it down in a week, and I've streamed a couple times this week. I've run my virus protection almost every day. I run some other big software stuff that is always running in the background that does my keeping track of all my data, and because I run like almost 100 terabytes of backup that's constantly being checked and rechecked. So Yeah. And with my computer, because it's a Xeon processors, it's an older one because I built this like 6 years ago. But I was very careful when I purchased it and made sure that because most of them were running at like 2.2 or 2.1 for their speeds. And yeah, that can still do okay if you have 10 or 20 cores. But mine runs 3.4 and I have 20 cores. So that still keeps up, even though the computers are doing 5 right now. Because most of the games are written for multiple cores now. So when my computer's running low on core speed, it just adds a couple more cores. And that just completely makes up for it. I run all my games at 4K and 60 frames a second and have no issues. I'll run maps like Red Dead Redemption, big giant map. I can do it for 4 or 5 days without having to restart my computer and not see an issue.
What's a description of Hector's current computer?
Let's see. I'm using a laptop Dell. It's got 1 terabyte. It's got 16 gigs of RAM. It's an i5 core Intel, and that's about as much as I know right now. I'm on it.
You know when you click in your computer, you go to the My Computer and then click on the right click and go down to Properties, and you can light that up, and it'll tell you a few more things.
On my start button.
Do you remember where I took you to check your specs?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Got to find your My Computer. Once you find that, you right click, and it'll bring up the rollout choices menu. At the bottom of that is Properties, and then once you click on Properties, it'll bring up a screen that's got some specifications.
Well, I hit my start button. I went to settings.
No, you can find your way from there, but that's not exactly the same. When you start up at your My Computer, then if you go to right click, and it'll bring up a list that you can choose from. With at the bottom of that list is Properties, but you need to start with My Computer as opposed to.
Yeah, you can just type it into the search bar.
Yeah, you can do that. I always forget that about Windows 10.
Yeah, it's really nice. That's how I help all my family members.
I went from XP to Windows 10. I didn't have anything in between. Well, that's a lie. My computer that I use for DJing has Windows 7, but I only use that for DJing. Otherwise, it's not even open to ever. So it's a one job computer.
Yeah, I did the search of my computer. It went straight to a settings app related to my computer.
Yeah.
That didn't take you exactly where I was thinking, but oh well. It's so hard to do, honestly. Let me just see what would happen if I did it here.
Okay, here's my about. It is i5 62 CPU at 2.3 gigahertz.
Okay, so you got a 6000 series i5. That's pretty good.
I have 8 gigabytes of installed RAM.
I got a problem with that. Maybe that throws up a question. If you open up the bottom of your computer and you have one stick in there that is valued at 8 gigabytes, you need another stick of 8 right away, because the motherboard's capable of operating in 2-channel memory mode, and it's not right now because it only has one stick. If you open it up and you find 2 sticks of 4, you're maxed, and the only thing that you can do to make that any better is to pull the 2 sticks of 4 and put in 2 sticks of 8 or more. You would probably get some benefit from that, and memory is cheap enough to consider it, but you'd have to pop open the little memory hatch at the underside of the computer and see what they gave you. But if it's just one chip, that's kind of ideal. You would just buy another 8 and pop it in there to double up the memory.
Yeah, I think Rich one time talked to me about that once. I had my other laptop wasn't working out as well.
Yep, I did, because that's the number one thing that everybody needs, is especially if you're streaming, is the RAM. Plus, like you said, it's meant to run dual channel. If you only have one channel running, you're getting less than half the performance.
The next thing I would do with a machine that like yours is, if you're not running an SSD on the computer, you take your computer to the computer store, you tell them you want to buy an SSD and you want them to clone your current drive over to the SSD. They make a copy of your current drive onto the SSD, take your current drive out, put the SSD in place, and hand you back your current drive, which you put away as an archive drive, a snapshot of that day. You can always use that to restore yourself if anything should ever go wrong. But the SSD is going to bring the performance of your computer way up. And they are so cheap. They are dirt cheap. Like, if you like right now, if you've got a terabyte regular hard drive in there and you're not using a terabyte, let's just say you're really not using that much. Well, I would not hesitate to go to the store and buy a half a terabyte SSD and put it in there, and that would be a better computer to me than a terabyte of hard drive. I'd rather have a half a terabyte of SSD.
The SSD, you're saying, is the acronym for solid state drive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and if you don't have a solid state drive in your computer, you absolutely should. And the beauty of it too is, if they clone it, they make a one-to-one copy of your current drive, which they can do so long as the drive you buy is as big as the amount of data on your current drives. Obviously, there has to be room, but then when you put away the drive that they give you back, that's a beautiful drive to have around if anything ever goes really south with your computer.
Mm-hmm.
You can just pull the SSD out, pop this one back in, and it's like nothing changed. Of course, you'll be behind in updates and stuff, but you've ruled out issues with software immediately. If it doesn't fire up with the old hard drive in it, then you've got a hardware issue, right away, because you put away, you have a known good operating system with no infection sitting on that hard drive to be installed at any time. See, that's how I back up all my machines. I take another complete hard drive and mirror it, and then put that hard drive away. And every now and then I do a new mirroring of the whole thing and put that away.
Yeah, and rather than do that, I would just have you call me and I'd help you. There's enough free programs out there to clone it, because you don't want those. Some of those places will copy your stuff.
Yeah, if you don't trust your computer store, there's that. But it's a really quick. I've had them do it while I've stayed at the store and waited. They pop the drive out, they put it in a little container, and boom, switch it over. But that doesn't mean that they at that same time, with no extra time wasted, they could keep a copy. They could. It's possible. But yeah, the problem is that you've got to have another hard drive, basically. If you're going to clone one hard drive to another, you've got to have an external or something.
I use a thumb drive.
Yeah,
thumb drives they have these days are so big and fast.
But can you get one that's as big as a terabyte?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but then he's got to have a terabyte hard drive or a thumb drive to do that.
He hardly has a couple hundred.
Oh. Well, yeah. It has to be as big as whatever you're storing. If that's not much, then you don't have much of a problem.
Yeah, because he's got some pictures and stuff on there, but most of it is pretty small files.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. The upgrade to SSD is worthwhile 100%. USB, what the hell?
A 2 terabyte 3.0 USB flash drive is $40.
2 terabytes. So if you need that big, then yeah. See, that's a way you could use like Rich was saying. You just go ahead and get a little program, and you would copy it to the thumb, and then back over to the It would be a two-step process kind of thing, but could definitely be done without anybody's intervention, done that way. But yeah, it's really easy to do. I trust my little store, the guy there, so he just drops it in a little carrier. It's made on a desktop thing so that you can pop hard drives in it and do these kinds of things real quick. They don't have to dig around in a computer and Bob's your uncle, she's done. So, I mean,
Yeah.
if the guy at your computer shop is a dude that goes to your church and and you have some, he's got some integrity, then you're good to go. Otherwise, maybe not.
Yeah, and personally, I think his computer's new enough that I'd look for the M.2. Because that's a real easy way of going, and he can install that one himself.
Hector, if you told me the actual model number of the laptop that you own, I would look it up and then I would know if it was an M.2 capable motherboard inside there. It's possible if it's that new. Then M.2 is just a new interface for hard drives. The hard drives that are used are these little tiny chip things. They're every bit as good as all the other hard drives that have come before them. They're always getting smaller and smaller. And now they're this thing the size of a Wrigley Spearmint gum stick of gum. And they just put them in there in the right place in the motherboard, put them down with one little screw, and it's the same as you put in a terabyte hard drive in the normal fashion. But that's only if your laptop's motherboard has the M.2 on it. If not, then the regular kind of SATA that would replace your hard drive is just as good, basically.
Yeah, it's Esperon 5759.
Spell the Esperon?
INSP.
You know what? My computer hates me. I'm just going to pull out the keyboard here for a second and put it back in because I don't know what it's doing.
It's a Dell.
Give me just a moment.
Sure.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Because that is doing something very strange. I hit an I, and it is shortcutting me somewhere. I have a different keyboard here. I'm just going to pop it in. This keyboard's being weird. I'm sure it's a keyboard, right? Not just me. If it happens when I put this keyboard in, then it's definitely me, and I'm possibly losing my mind. Okay, so it's not me. Something's locked on the computer. Some kind of mode here. Whenever I hit an I, it pops. Let me close this. What have I done? Are you guys still in there?
Yep.
Okay, good. That's at least working. Okay, so what? I can't type. I have to just reset this machine. Something strange has gone on. Restart.
So was that the end of the 20s there in the bag, Rich?
It's
Wow, 15 is still watching.
I get my son's hand-me-downs. They all play games, so the stuff they hand me down is good enough for me.
Shit. I was telling Richard the other day, my grandson, who's here now with us, he's challenged me to get a new 4K TV plus a PlayStation 5. And then he says he'll play against me online.
You guys should both get Oculus Quests and play in VR together online. It's way bigger in your brain than a 4K TV will ever be, and it's more interactive than anything else that you could offer.
As a matter of fact, we did do that at his house.
Using which device?
You know, I did not check to see which device it was, but I was doing a Halo jump.
All right, I got my keyboard back. Inspiron. Okay, what's that model number?
5759.
5759. Look at that, keyboard's working now. Notebook check. There's a website called Notebook Check.
And it's a Dell.
Yes. Dell Inspiron 17 5759. Now, there's actually a number after that because the models break down a little bit. Do you have the extra number as well?
Let me check.
Like I'm looking at a 5759-5118, which may or may not be your model because they configure so many different Dell models that you got to get specific if you really want to be specific.
No, it doesn't say anything. Maybe on the back of the on the bottom of the machine.
Well,
Nope.
it's okay. It's not probably going to matter because it's a matter of how fast of a video card, how big of a hard drive, those kinds of things change the number. So in your case, this one I'm looking at, does this ring a bell that you have Radeon R5 M335 graphics? Have you seen that? I could tell you where to look to check, but irrelevant. Memory.
Where do I check?
Well, let's see here. What would be the best way? I would go to the start menu and type in the words device manager.
Okay.
I'm doing it too. Okay, once you've typed in device manager and enter, it's going to bring up a list of computer bits and pieces. One of them is display adapters, and if you click on that to open it, it'll spill out and tell you what you've got. I run an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 560 Ti, so that is a really old graphics card from back in the day.
Okay, display adapters, Intel HD Graphics 520.
Okay, so in your case, that's kind of what we call built-in graphics built into your processor. You haven't got an additional graphics card in there. It's just like the most basic graphics. If you're not playing video games, it's all you need. Now, memory-wise, you have how much memory have you got in there right now? 8 gigabytes?
8 gigabytes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says DDR3 1600 dual channel, 2 memory banks, both filled. So this would suggest that if you were to open it up, you would find 2 sticks of 4 in there, and dual channel memory mode is enabled from the factory. So they're conscious of that, and you can swap out both sticks, put in 2 8s to get 16. If you're gonna start swapping 2 4s, you don't even bother with the 8. Just get 2 8s and go to 16 and be done with it. Your main board is a good one. Okay, so your storage right now is the Seagate Momentous Spin Point M8 1 terabyte 5400 RPM hard drive. Now, you would have it would be a different world for your machine. Firstly, you have a 5400 RPM hard drive. That means the platters inside spin at that speed, 5400 RPM. That's a very slow platter speed. And so data access is slower off of the disk that moves slower, simple as that. So they're reliable, they're good, nothing wrong with them. I'm sure you've used your laptop for quite some time, never even thinking about how quickly the platters spin. But there's like 7,200 and 15,000 RPM to give you an idea of what they've done. But none of that is relevant anymore because an inexpensive SSD is like platters spinning at 100,000 RPM, but with nothing moving, right? So I would definitely replace this with a 1 terabyte SSD as the number one upgrade to this machine. If I could do it along with 2 sticks of 8 gigabytes of RAM to go to 16, I would do that too. And there's nothing else you can do to this machine. That's it. There's no M.2, so you can't go that route just yet.
I talked to another person. His name is the Tech Dojo guy, Jason, and I talked at length with Richard about building a desktop because once I get into my 4th bedroom and get my mother-in-law stuff, stored and put away and given out to whoever's family member is supposed to get. Because we cleaned out their house and we put pictures in there.
I'm an advocate of desktop too. Unless there's a reason you need to move around, the desktop opens up a lot of other possibilities, especially for the stuff we're into.
Well, it's because of my coins, and I do a lot of my research. I want to do my research there, and if I do a portable, it's because right now I don't have a permanent place to work on my coins.
Yeah, and I can build one so easily for you.
Oh, I remember the conversations we had on just on computers. My mind was just going on and on after I got off the internet with you. We're talking on about the size of the computer. I would definitely probably next summer. I think as soon as this one starts getting a little bit too unuseful, and I just use it for research and email, and then I like to build a computer next year.
This is what I'm saying, though. That change of memory and SSD changes the unuseful date of this one to considerably further in the future. It'd be like a completely different machine in here.
So what does he have, a 2-core?
I was just coughing there. What was the question? What does he have?
Yeah, 2-core, because I know it's 2.2.
I believe he's running the i5-6200U.
It is.
And that would be, I'm going to get the stats here from Intel.
Because that's how I bought my...
Yeah, she's a dual core.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
2.7 gigahertz dual core.
Oh, because he said 2.2 earlier.
That's I'm talking about max speed. It's like around 2.3 regular, and then turbo's on. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So and the neat thing is, Hector, is when I talked to you before, we didn't have the options we have now because the company that you used to would buy for gaming computers, AMD, because they were the leaders at the beginning. They fell out of the race for a long time, and now they're back in the race. In fact, they're putting Intel to shame on some stuff. Not top speed, but for cores and all that stuff. But that's more for guys that are doing, extreme gaming or doing like some of the CAD softwares or the digitizing of stuff, big rendering and animation, that kind of thing. But for what you do, yeah, just a nice 6-core Intel would be a perfect one for you. Grandkids can play all their games on it if they want. The prices have come way down because AMD they sold one that was twice as many cores as Intel's and sold it for half the price and just put Intel to shame. And
the last two machines we built The last two machines we built here have been AMD machines. We're not building Intel anymore until later. AMD machines are better value right now.
Right, but what you do too, because you're using it more as a server. So it's a 6-core is really all you need for doing streaming and anything that you're going to be doing in the future. They sell for $180 or so. Your next big thing is the graphics card, which again you don't need much because you're not a gamer. And even the low-end cards will game all the games that your grandkids will do.
And if I do game, it's going to be on PS5 anyway because my grandson's he's not into the PC games yet.
Right. Well, you can use the same controller, so he'd be able to use that same controller that he uses, but there's no reason for it. Keep him on that so he can do his console stuff. Yeah.
And besides, I'm going to try to keep as much as busy as I can with them. So if I stay doing things they like to do with me when I go to the ranch, because my grandson, he loves going to the ranch and seeing the cows and the pigs and the horses and help me with, bringing tools and stacking wood and whatever we have to do to feed the animals, because sometimes my neighbor will leave for a week, or he's out of town for a week working, so he'll ask me to keep an eye on his cows. So it's going to be interesting because I won't be working maybe next year. It's a good thing I didn't work this year. Working with the census, I was able to claim unemployment, so that helped a lot.
Here's some system requirements for you, Darren.
System requires a person using 286, 386, 3DX, 3CX, and 46 or higher
Is
processor.
that for your capture card?
No, that's actually for.
Off the Adobe Premiere, Windows
3.1.
3.1.
Wow, I remember that.
That's not
I've
funny.
got
What do
like
you do?
4 or 5 of them still sealed, and
Oh my goodness.
I own tons of the different Adobe software because they didn't rent it before. You always had to purchase it. So I've got all that After Effects and Adobe Premiere Pro or Premiere and the suites that have a whole bunch of the different softwares in them. So yeah, I've got so much of that stuff, and every Windows that was out there, I've got brand new, fresh ones still in the sealed boxes because of building computers. So I'd always have a bunch of them on hand.
I used to be up in all. I used to be up in all the Intel cores and AMDs, and I've been falling behind in some of the electronics knowledge.
Well, and it's come so far. I mean,
I know.
the RAM alone, we're able. My computer that I built that was such a big beast. I think I was just so thrilled when I was able to use 2 terabytes of RAM. It was like a whole new world, and now I use 512. So pretty crazy. Of course, 512 will cost you more than most high-end computers just for the RAM.
Yeah, I just got my wife a very. I think I got her a 13-inch Dell because I get credit for my purchases I've made. So I got her, an $800 laptop so that she can just do her email, Facebook, a little bit of research, and she had to do some work for the State Department of Corrections. So she had to have some with a little bit of speed. So I got her a good basic one that she, barely uses all the time.
Yep. Hey, Midnight. Midnight.
Looking into the computer store here, just for the hell of it. Replacement RAM, 8 gig sticks of DDR3 1600 speed RAM suitable for your laptop is like $54 per stick Canadian here at the local computer store. So you're looking at around $100 Canadian upgrade there. So, 80 or 70 or maybe $60, something along them lines for you probably to pick up two pieces of RAM to replace the 2. The problem is you pull out those 2 4s and they look at you for the rest of their lives and you wonder, what should I do with these? And the truth is, can't do a darn thing with them, but they will drive you nuts. But so that's what the RAM would roughly give you. And I'm ballparking, obviously, because we're in different countries, but something similar to that. Let's just see what. Let's take a look at that SSD, what we've got over here. They've come down in real.
Oh yeah, they've come down almost by 50%.
There's no reason today to build a system with a rotating disk in it. Doesn't make sense.
Well, some people like to have, like a 6 terabyte drive so they can put a whole bunch of videos and photos on it and not, but that's the only reason.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
So and personally, I believe in getting the backup drives for that stuff.
You mean like a separate unit outside the laptop or the computer tower?
Yeah, because see, I have another computer I use as kind of like, I use it for exchanging video from different drives, and all my videos that I edit goes to this other computer, and then from there I have the option of letting it back it up into some redundant backups, or send it to my kids. I have it on a couple different platforms that they can access, and because all I'm doing is all my kids' videos and my grandkids' videos, and I have so many that hopefully I'll live long enough to get them all digitized, but I doubt it because I got carried away with my digital cameras and did more than 1,000 hours worth of stuff on just my grandkids. They probably have that much of my kids as well, and then I've got stuff on me as a kid. So yeah, crazy stuff.
Gentlemen, I'll be right back.
No
All
rush. We're good.
Yeah, Darren, the whole reason why I built my server was, or my workstation, was because I've got a real computer savvy friend, and I was telling him, because I was happy I had the first i7 X, and it was pretty quick. I think it's a 3.3, and the very first i7, and the rates that I was digitizing my videos and being able to put them on DVD or backing them up, I thought was super fast. And then he said, "How many videos do you have to do?" And so I came up with a rough estimate. And he's like, "Dude, I just did the math. You're not going to live that long." It's like, oh crap, he's right.
Never sat down and figured that out. Like,
Yeah, and I was thrilled, making a DV every day or every other day. But yeah, so now I have a system that I can do a 4K video in less than real time, and do the DVDs at blazing speeds.
you can get a 1 terabyte unit for less than $150. I can get them for $157.92 Canadian. So definitely less than $150 for a terabyte of SSD.
Yeah. And I don't even think he needs that. I think if we were to check how much he's probably used 120 or 50.
Oh, so how much he's used is not relevant to the reason why I'm such an advocate of it. It's the better than 10 times increase in speed in access to data. From a 5400, which is the absolute slowest drive that they ever made, to an SSD is going to be like a 20-watt bulb to 150-watt bulb.
Right. And I believe in that when there's reason for it. But this is his little laptop that he uses for streaming. He plans on doing a regular tower. So that's when, he can invest that kind of money and get everything he needs. Because right now, he's never had any issues with anything. So only the people that are, running out of space and that kind of thing, unless
You start to run out of space when you're under about 20% available space.
Right.
You start to take a hit in quality in the operation. But I think that the speed increase is so vast that that's what I think makes it worthwhile. But
yeah,
the beauty of it too is if you put away the hard drive you're using while it's still 100% good, then it is there as a backup, and you didn't put it away when it was half failing. You put it away when it was 100%. So the day you have to go back to it and you put it back in your machine, you're not wondering just what you're going back to. You're going back to known good, which is important.
Yeah.
But with a laptop, there's only, you can only do memory and hard drive. There isn't anything else you can do. Not in any regular laptop people buy. I can point you to a couple of brands where you can take the screwdriver out and still change out the video card and the CPU. But you have to be an enthusiast to buy that laptop because it's like $5,000.
Yeah, and I actually have, well, mine's not the $5,000 one, but I think it has the 960 graphics card, the mobile one. So, which is pretty good for a laptop it's like 4 years old.
If you want to see my laptop, look up Lenovo W700DS, and you'll see. It's a quadro powered laptop that was used for CAD CAM, and yeah, it's a little bit special.
WDS.
W700 DS. W700 DS.
Oh, ThinkPad.
Yep. Lenovo ThinkPad W700 DS notebook. It was very expensive in its day. And it has a quadro card as well.
They're not showing it. They're just showing comparable.
You can just, YouTube pops up right away a video with it. It shows the lady talking about digital trends, it's called.
Cool.
Yeah, that's her. She's a babe. Have you got a picture of that one yet?
Nope, but I got stuck just a second. Yeah, when I fell off the stream, I had to actually reboot my computer.
I'll just say this. I'm a tiny little bit of a fibber because I have a W700. I don't have the DS, but when you see it, you'll see what the DS is, and you'll think, holy crap.
All right.
It's the exact same machine. You'll see what the DS means, and that's the part that I don't have. They made them both ways. But I wish I had the DS version. The W700 is still awesome.
Okay, give me the numbers again.
So, Lenovo ThinkPad W700 DS. That's the computer I use for DJ work. I never
dual screens?
Yeah.
How are we doing?
Now, something a little more special
That's
about
cool.
this one. If you notice, there's a little tiny trackpad in the middle, but to the right, there's a great big pad. That's a built-in Wacom digitizing pad. This particular model with the dual screen has not only a Wacom digitizing pad built in and a pen stowed in the side, you'll see in a second if you're watching the video, but it also has color correction. When you want to run color correction for the screen, you turn it on, you shut the screen, and there's some sort of a camera built in somewhere that runs the colors and sets them all up so that when you open the screen, you're set to correct colors for creation, for digital creators.
Right.
So this was a very powerful, built for CAD CAM machine, and then had those additional things for those super creatives that needed to have a spare pop-out screen that comes out to the right, as well as I say, the full-on Wacom digitizing pad. My computer, the W700 I have, has no digitizer pad, no color corrector, no pop-out stylus, and no second screen. But otherwise, the exact same machine. It has 2 hard drives in it, and in my case, I have 2 SSDs in mine.
That's a good size machine.
Oh, it's heavy and funny, but it's great. It is a great machine. It was a portable desktop.
Huh.
This video is from 2009. For years, pardon me. For years, I bought Toshiba Quasmio G30. That model is a 17-inch dual-core Intel-based machine with 2 hard drives in it. And I was an advocate as a DJ, I went around with this machine only, and I never used any external hard drives whatsoever. People like, where's your hard drives? It's like, they're all in the laptop. I had too many friends tell me, oh, I plugged in the external USB drive and it doesn't work with this cable, but it only works with this cable. And I said, there's no way I'm going to go to a gig and worry about what cable plugs in my so-called universal hard drive. I have to have 2 hard drives internally. And so when they were like, 500 gigabytes was big, I had 2 500s, and then I had a 750 and a 500. Now I've got 2 1 terabytes in there, and that can get bigger and bigger as necessary. They're SATA, so as long as they keep on making SATA, hard drives, SSDs, that'll go the way of the bird though one day too, and the M.2 will be all that you can get.
Yeah. In fact, even the backup drives and stuff that you can throw into your board is taking up to like 6 of them, so you can run it at I forget what that's called when you run a bunch of hard drives together.
When you do a RAID.
Yeah, everybody's after the backups and stuff, but I prefer the speed. I've got plenty of backups.
The next thing to watch is when you build a computer and start off with your motherboard, that the motherboard has support for the times by 4 speed on the PCI pipeline.
Yeah.
The M.2 will be much, much faster if you have the times by 4 and then the times by 4 M.2 style drive that goes with it. That's one thing my next computer I'm definitely going to be conscious of. I like fast data transfers, so I'm going to be looking for that.
Yeah, it's all come so far.
I don't have to complain. I can't complain though. I mean, I'm getting such good hand-me-downs from my kids that, like this one here that I'm on right now was a recent hand-me-down from the boys, and although it only has the 560 video card in it, that's because they couldn't give me their video card. They needed that, right? So, I mean, they had like a 1080 or something like that for gaming, and they just replaced their memory, their CPU, and their motherboard, not their video card. So clearly I had to stick something in there. So you look around the house for what's available, right? A 560 Ti, that Ti was the high end at
No, that 560 was pretty good. The Ti one was. Yeah, I run a 1080 Ti, 2 of them.
Wow. See, there's just no need for 2 of them in my world.
Yeah, there is in mine.
What am I looking for?
Because I can have one stick with just my editing stuff, and the other one can continue gaming or lots of choices. And now there's the high-end cards, the Quattro cards. You can do 2 of them and then add that piggyback card on them and just get crazy. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think I saw one that had like 300 gigs of video.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, but if you're making movies,
yeah, if you're making
that's
movies,
a whole other thing.
Exactly. Well, this is why I said to my buddy who does CAD CAM, I said, listen, the guys who are doing this on the highest level, they don't mess around. If a new card comes out and it's 25% faster or 10% faster, they throw out the old card, they put in the new card because that's money.
Yeah, 10%, that's huge.
Yeah, so his card being a low-level card and many years old, I told him, we can find you one that's so much faster. Like, it's going to just rip. But, XP Pro.
Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, XP Pro I had, but I stole it, so.
Yeah, I've got the Pro one too. This is just one that I could grab. I've got so many Windows still with all this, the paperwork and stuff. So if, well, I don't think you even need the paperwork now for that one. None of them are even 7's being pushed out.
I can proudly say I've never actually formally paid for Windows ever.
Me neither.
Sorry to say.
Yeah, I always bought the big packs for doing the workstation stuff. So
Mine was all personal use, but I got my just one 2 years ago. I went to the local computer store on Boxing Day, Canada's Boxing. I don't know, you guys don't celebrate Boxing Day, do you? Day after Christmas.
no,
It's every time in Las Vegas.
It's a big sale day here in Canada, just like Black Friday. So,
Oh,
anyways,
okay.
right after Boxing Day, you go to the stores with your money that you got in your Christmas cards and whatnot, and you go see what kind of bargains you can get. So we went to the local computer store around the corner from here, and there wasn't any kind of crowd or anybody pushing or shoving. So I went in, and my son wanted to buy a few things with the money that he had got. So I looked, I says, well, there's nobody here. Where's your Boxing Day sale flyer list of things on sale? Excuse me, just muting over a cough here. The fellow hands me this thing, and right at the top, there were these HP home computers. They were normally sold, they're like the kind that come back from business use. I'm going to sneeze in a moment. I'm going to mute again. It's allergy season here, folks. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Anyways.
better mute it and do it that way.
So this is one of these return from business computers, and it ended up being under $200. And I thought, well, that's a good deal. I want one of those. And I did take home one that day, and I actually brought that one back and got a slightly different one in the end, but I ended up buying it. And I'm quite surprised by this little computer. It's only a i5 4000 series, so it's quite old. But there's things I'm noticing. I didn't realize it has its own microphone. If I don't have a microphone, and it's got a speaker too. So even if I don't plug in a headset, if I use a piece of software, there's a microphone in there somewhere that picks me up. I didn't realize at one time that I was still on microphone. That's not a good thing to be.
No. In
Yeah.
fact, there's a video out there of a judge holding some kind of court, and he takes a break, goes back into his back room, left a hot mic on, and went to the bathroom. And let's just say the man had a lot of issues.
Oh,
And
my.
everybody knew it when he came out and couldn't figure out why everybody was just losing it. Even his main secretary had to walk out of the room because she couldn't even look at him.
Yeah, it's a shame. I've been in broadcasting for a while. I took broadcasting at the local BCIT, British Columbia Institute of Technology, and I've worked in radio a while. And boy, whenever there's a mic in the room or you think there's a mic in a room, you better be smart about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a mic in every room if you have most of the smart TVs these days, even some of the dumb ones.
Well, I can't say nothing. I work for Portal.
Yeah, okay. Then
I'll tell you this, though. I have a Portal on my desk right now, and I have a cover over the camera, and there's also a button you can push that turns off the microphone and everything else. So I can't say, hey, Portal, do something. It won't recognize me. If I hit the button and turn that back on, I can give it voice commands, but it's not listening. If I got the button turned off, I disable that function.
Huh. So this was a good one when it came out.
Yeah, it's a pretty one, too. It looks sharp.
Yeah, I've got so many because of all the upgrades I did. This is an AMD product.
Sure is. You know, AMD was initially totally Canadian?
No, I didn't realize.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had no clue because, boy, I had them back in the very tail end of the 80s. Or
You remember the video company called Matrox or Matrox?
Oh, yeah, I've got, in fact, I bought one of their cars just about 8 years ago because they still do certain things for video editing.
Yeah, they sure do. Now, Matrox is Canadian as well.
I'll be darned. Yeah, I had no clue. I would have looked for American, darn it. No.
We're smart like that. We build Canadarms and stuff like, space stuff. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, technology is wonderful, but sometimes I try to get the kids to do the old-fashioned paper and pen, and it's difficult for them. It's a struggle.
Oh, yeah, and they recognize the calculator because it looks like the program on their phones, but yeah. In fact, I pulled out an old calculator, one of the big ones, and my grandkids are like, "Yeah, what?" And then I actually, because I had one set up to do Pong. It takes a bit of work to make them do it, but and Darren will probably know this one. But it's really hilarious because a lot of the college kids were playing Pong in the classroom. The teachers had no clue for a long time.
Shoot, I pulled out an old sliding rule.
Okay, Darren, I got a question for you.
Oh, I'm back. Okay. Lucky I'm back for the question. Okay, I was just gone for a sec there. Go ahead.
Did you play Pong on the old calculators?
Pong.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, well, you'd have to mess with it a bit, but yeah, there was a way to get it to do a Pong game. The big calculators.
I had one of the TI calculators, programmable one, but
Yep.
I never actually properly used the programmability of it, so I was kind of a goof in having bought it in the first place. But I had to have it, so I did. Put me up for a sec. I'll show you some quick video cards.
I used to tell my school not to buy computers. I
Okay.
told them to lease them because of the rapid change. And I used to see pallets stacked about 6 feet tall, maybe 7 feet tall, wrapped in cellophane plastic just to send them back so they can be recycled.
And then I'm the guy who buys that at the local computer store, where the guy buys the whole pallet all at once, makes sure that the ones he puts out works, dumps a bunch of them because they never worked, and that's that. Here's an NVIDIA GT 420 128 gigabyte card. There.
Yep.
So that's one card I got laying around. Then we'll go up to this one. This is a little bit fancier looking. This one looks like it should be worth something, but it's not. It is the GeForce 9600 GSO. GSO meaning something important, I'm sure. But also retired, like you say, so much retired equipment. And finally, my piece de la resistance, my Asus. This is a
nice.
silent card.
And that's the one brand that I'll buy sight unseen.
Aces?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good name. You can count on them.
They're the ones that make the parts for most of the computers out there.
What's with the tubes? Is it got Freon in there?
It's heat pipes. It's for cooling.
Yeah, it's passively cold. There's no fan on it at all. I should have put this one in the box I've got right now, but I didn't find it first, so I stuck in the one I found first because it didn't really matter.
Now, I was actually running RAID back in the 90s.
RAID!
Yeah.
Like the bugs, you know?
I was actually shocked because I don't remember setting it up. It must have come that way. And I know I added a bunch of stuff to it, but I don't think I added hard drives. Because there for a while, so much technology was passing so fast. And if you did, like me, the digitizing of videos, you had to keep up because it saved you so much time.
Yeah, yes, sir. Time is money. I took the cooler off of this one time just for the fun of it. I think this card still works, but it's just an EN 9600. So I know it's not a particularly good card. It might be no better than the one that's in there right now. I don't think it looks awesome though.
Rich, I'm assuming that Radeon is graphic card.
Yes.
And not only that, it goes into probably a desktop. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, desktop.
Yes.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah, well, they're even bigger these days.
Really?
Oh, my 1080 Ti puts this one to shame. But it is a double slot, so it takes up 2 slots. Let's see if I can show you. but one is bent. Nowadays, there's plugs in all of it.
These days, too, the good video cards are actually quite a bit better at the power that they use. Some of the older video cards that were higher performance also used a lot of power.
Yeah. Yeah, the 1080 Ti takes two. You got to put 2 6-pins in. 2 6-pins or 2 8-pins, I forget now. So, and I always use the Asus Strix cards, the overclocked ones. And then I don't overclock anything because I run things for so long. I don't want to take the chance of overheating stuff. And I'm not needing it for gaming or anything, so everything's fast enough. Just like my Xeons, I could have them putting out more, but it heats them up so much. I'd rather have them have better. Well, Xeons have pretty darn good life anyway, but yeah, midnight. I understand that one. Grandparents not understanding cell phones. Well, my very first cell phone had a almost 3-foot antenna on it.
I remember those.
I sold those to people.
Oh, I showed one to my grandkids, and they started playing with it like they were walkie-talkies.
I worked for Motorola Canada at the time.
I used to have a U.S. Army walkie-talkie that it was like probably 1.5 feet long and about 4 inches across the back and about 3 or 4 inches deep, and it had an antenna that long too.
Now, you know what I used to play with is a shortwave radio for video, and all the security cams and stuff in my town. I could see all that stuff. Private cams, all kinds of stuff. You just flip through the bands and the pictures would pop up. That was an expensive little rat, and I hardly ever used it. And one of my kids dropped it in some water playing in the garage. It's like, oh, there goes $400 or $500. And it's so funny because doing these streams and stuff, it takes me back because, you know, when I was 13, 14 years old, I was doing the CB radio. And my CB radio had short band, so I was able to talk to people much further away and sideband. And sideband did pretty good in my area.
Yeah, I had to. You're speaking my language. I had a TRS Radio Shack Navajo 30 TRC 30A 23 channel radio base station was my first one. I put up a half wave antenna on my house, and that was my first station. And I had many stations after that. I went all the way up to running a Kenwood ham rig on sideband, without any kind of a ham license, because I wanted to get out good and talk to people on ham, or not even on ham, but on regular CB sideband without other people getting in the way. You know, I never turned up the power any more than I needed to get to where I needed to go. But there was, you know, a couple 100 watts there to use if necessary.
Well, my uncle worked for Pac Bell. He was an amazing guy when it came to telecommunications, and he always built up these great Uniden President radios.
Oh, the Uniden
I ended up with those radios, And oh my gosh, he'd do all this stuff, fine tuning them and stuff, and they would just blast.
Yeah. The Uniden board, there was one board called the Uniden B board, and it was super modifiable for frequency very easily. You could get it all the way up to about 30 almost. And it was just, it was actually, there's another radio, like, the Cobra 148 GT or GTX. There's a GT 148 GTL DX. It's the exact same board in a radio made for European countries only, that has unlocked clarifier. It has all the extra frequencies. It's like how you would modify a radio, except done by Cobra, and it's called the 148 GTL DX.
Yeah, and I liked Cobra. Cobra was really good.
But Cobra was Uniden. Inside the box, there was a Uniden board.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what made them good. That Uniden B board, it was the best board. You could find it in a number of different radios, but it was the most modifiable board. There were guys out there who barely knew what they were doing who could manage to get that board to sing. If you found a good guy, you were it was real radio.
Now, one of my neighbors is he's got big dollars. Let's just put it that way. And he's been into shortwave and ham all his life. And he actually talked to some of the guys that were in the space shuttle. Well, not talk. They were doing the code, but he had all these special made antennas that he made for that particular wave, and knew when they would be overhead. And it was pretty interesting listening to his stories. And then I went into his garage once, and it's like, oh damn, half the wall is nothing but gear. It's like,
it's his
crazy.
Radio shack, they call that. Not the garage anymore. That's the Radio shack.
Yeah.
Well, I do believe that the space station has had voice communication with ham radio operators on the surface regularly. I don't think that's a unusual thing.
Okay, maybe that's what it was then, because I don't remember now. I just remember him talking about it. I kind of didn't believe him at first, and then when I went into his garage, it's like, oh no, he's probably telling the truth. Because he had crazy, crazy stuff. Big, giant amplifiers, and so a lot of old gear, but a lot of brand new high-tech stuff that was just crazy looking. And then I'd look up the models and stuff, and the prices are just outrageous.
Ham radio guys are also comparing or working with broadcasting their own little TV stations to one another, broadcasting video signals through the air to one another. That's another thing they play with quite a bit.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a lot of money too, though. It's just like any hobby, right? Be prepared to get in with a couple $1,000 to start with, and then like the rest of the money you make.
Pretty funny. And if I wasn't so lazy, in fact, let me see if my box is right here. I've got another box of parts with a bunch of my other video cards. Because I used to buy, the like you were off the pallets, and would just do it for certain broadcast styled cards.
I used to use this great website for comparing video cards, and now for the life of me, I don't know where it is.
Well, I started with a lot of Dell computers and would just totally refit them with stuff. This one's a really good NVIDIA card. This was one of the first really good ones for doing video graphics.
Change your video. I can't see you. You're still showing me.
Oh. Well, that's difficult.
Help me. Ah.
How come you're not looking?
Help. There we go. So much better. There you go. Actually, the 560 Ti was pulled originally from a Dell machine and upgraded. It's got no badging on it whatsoever. It's just a black box.
Well, I'm not surprised they got so popular. They were able to test so much equipment.
I had no idea the video cards were that bulky.
Oh yeah, and that's actually not bulky. I have older ones that were a lot more to them. But yeah, fun stuff. I had a lot of fun building my computers, and I still own every computer that I've ever had, right back to one of my very first, which I believe was a Packard Bell. Well, my original one was a Radio Shack one, but it wasn't Radio Shack's brand, but they sold it, and you had to build it, follow the instructions and put it all together, and then to put the because it ran a couple games, but you had to put it in by code, and it wasn't like easy code. It was just all the different characters on your keyboard, and if you made a mistake, well, because you had to do like 30 something pages, 40 something pages of code, and then if you made a mistake, you'd have to go character by character trying to find it, because it didn't help you find it. Took me 6 months before I could finally play a stupid game on that computer.
My first one, I was a paperboy, and I saved up about $800. I bought the Radio Shack TRS-80 Model 1 Level 2 with 16K of RAM. I had the plug-in for a cassette drive, and the cassette drive could be any kind of cassette. It didn't have to be special. So I was able to play the programs off of saved cassettes into it and play some of those games that other people did what you did, took the pages by pages, typed it all in. Because once you got it all typed into this particular computer, you could save it out to an audio tape on a audio cassette recorder machine, just like the same that you would use around the house, as long as it was a decent one. And that's how the original Commodores had it too, on the cassette drive.
Oh, I've got something that you'd appreciate. Oh shoot, I know I don't have those in here. I've got the old microphones that they always show in the old studios for the 50s. Those big, looks like it came off of the bumper of a 1950s car.
I bet I would appreciate that.
I've got two of them that are working. They're in, well, one's in perfect condition. One just has a cord issue, which is pretty simple. But yeah, those microphones, and they're name brands. I just forget which one.
Sure.
I don't think they're Shure. But they were the type that they were using in Hollywood and stuff, because you see them on a lot of the shows. So those are pretty cool, and they're worth like $600 a piece or so. And those were actually passed down from my grandfather, who was using them on a reel-to-reel Sony that had one of the first stereo options for recording. So, and they had to be the tail end of the 50s. So my grandfather worked for wards for the television department. And he actually built a tube that was going to replace a ton of tubes in the TVs and change the tube televisions. But the solid state stuff happened at about the same time. So, and that tube is actually in a museum in Sacramento, California.
Sacramento, California.
Yeah, where my family has been since about 1790, 1800 or so, well before it ever became a state. So that's the fun thing about here is think I was telling Hector not that long ago that oh no, I forget who it was now, but there's these old adobe houses in my area. Well, there's several all throughout the different counties here, and those were all the original homes to my family members. They're pretty much the first ones here from Mexico and Spain. Living amongst the native Indians that were here. Pretty interesting.
We were just a bunch of dumb Polacks who showed up from Poland and dropped off in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and found ourselves farms and started to get to work. My dad came from a Polish family of 11, and my mother came from a German family of 11.
Well, isn't Polish heritage like farming and?
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Well. Oh, that's interesting. How slow does that go? Okay, there we go. 50 Ti. And doesn't go low enough. There have sure been a lot of video cards over the years.
Oh yeah, way too many. They could have done a fourth of them and saved everybody a bunch of headaches.
$800. I'm looking at this hierarchy of Intel video cards, and I do see the GTX 550 Ti on it, but the other card that I've got is so lowly it drops off the bottom of the list. It's not even represented anymore.
Oh, I'll be darned.
It was from the previous series of cards, the GeForce 9600. The only one I see from that batch is the GeForce 9800 GX2, which was the 9800 but twice. So you can see it took twice of the top end card to even come close. Video cards, crazy things. Marching along. They got the 30 series out now, right? You can buy the RTX 3080.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
Well, just came out.
$1,000 for a video card.
Oh no, it's even more than that.
Is it? Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. Now here's Hector. You were saying that one looked really big.
Yeah. Oh, gee.
There's the one that's in my, and I've got two of them. That's the 1080 Ti. And like I said, I always use the Strix ones.
See, that's a couple $1,000s worth of video card alone.
Yep.
GeForce.
Well, I actually got them for about $880, I think is what I paid for them each.
$880 each, $1,700 for the video card, Hector, and you don't need it at all. Wouldn't benefit you in any way. It does, yeah. Rich, but no, it wouldn't you.
But in 5 to 6 years, your grandkids would love you.
Well, they better now.
Any game they wanted to play, doesn't matter what it is, at full speed. In fact, this one will actually do the really high speed, the 144 panels, the two, what's the next step up? 240, I think. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. The frames per second now on some of these panels are ridiculous.
What's ridiculous is, even though Rich has two 1080s, the 2080 has come and gone and has been replaced by the 3080 already. And one 3080 makes two 1080s look slow.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Crazy. The kids these days are crazy, I say. They're crazy.
Yeah, and the worst part is the processors, although our speeds aren't increasing, but the core counts are getting ridiculous. I mean, they've got that 64 core one, AMD does, and that's just mind boggling. And then I've seen servers with two of them in it. Well, and they've got servers with a lot more than that in it, but I mean, something that somebody actually put in their home.
So what does Smelly Deli charge for a computer these days? Let's see.
Well, it's pretty comparable. Everybody else is paying the same. They seem they can compare shop each other.
They can. They're you're not. And for most cases, buying a Dell, they get a good deal. They buy in volume. You're looking at a pretty good machine. What I dislike about them is they tend to I won't use that term. They tend to make them so that the standard power supply isn't the kind of power supply they used, and the standard motherboard isn't the kind of motherboard they used, and I don't like that much at all. But the machinery for most people, that's fine.
And I see a lot of the manufacturers from different companies say, HP or Linux or whoever, they say they're buying from the same, 4 or 5 companies that make the motherboards, the graphics, all that. There's very few competition.
And I think that's mostly a Zeus.
Yeah.
And I know I say it wrong all the time, but
Asus.
At least I say Xeon right now. I used to say that wrong too.
I don't know. The people who run the place are Oriental. I don't know how they say it exactly. I think they just care if we send them money, and they don't care how they like. A Rose by any other name is surely as sweet.
Yeah, and the other one I trust, especially for drives and stuff, is Samsung.
Yeah, good name.
It used to be Motorola for me.
You know what? Motorola isn't the company it used to be, and that's coming from somebody who worked for Motorola. It's not at all what it used to be. It's been sold twice already. It's just the name now. Just let it go. I had to.
When I was working for Office Max, I would sell everything from monitors to laptops to, and all the cards had all the information in comparison. And I didn't rate. Somebody will ask me, well, what's the best this or best that or best fax or whatever. And the way that I used to do it at Target and at Office Max, I would go back to the receiving department, and they would send back anything that's defective, and if it was still within the warranty, we send it back, right? So a lot of the returns that I would watch and look for, if I saw a high number of, let's say, X plus Y company and X minus Y company, if they had the same specifications, I would watch who was being sent back the most and the reasons why. And I was almost pretty good at figuring out, which were the better machines for the same models, or I should say the same level of models.
So you were actually trying to help people.
Right. And I would tell them, don't buy this one because this is the issues that I've seen coming back. Or don't buy this model because you won't use it, because one of the reasons why people bring it back is because it's too complicated. So I tell them, instead of, for example, I told them not to buy thermal, buy plain paper faxes. It's a lot more reliable. It's less jam feeds. I mean, I told them whatever reasons it was for the problem. And I go back there and there's like 15 or 20 thermal fax copiers going back to the company. And the same company who did the manual, the old-fashioned paper, printed, dot matrix, old-fashioned fax machine were less sending back. So I came to the conclusion maybe this is what I should push. One guy comes in and bought 15. And I said, why'd you buy 15? I said, well, I need one for each of my offices. And I wasn't, and the price is a lot better. And you recommended something like this would work better for my, and I said, you also saves you time on filing them too.
Well, I used to have a lot of fun with some of the people that worked at those places because a lot of them had no clue they were just reading cards and stuff. So it was always a lot of fun when I was in there picking something up to, ask them questions about stuff and then just make up my own numbers and they'd be agreeing all the way. Oh, yeah, that's a really good one. Fun stuff.
As I say, Linus used to work at NCIX up the road. That was the closest computer store to my home. You'd go there and you couldn't get any help, honestly, from the people who were right on the floor there. You would have to go in knowing what you wanted. You would also be beset with, if you'd picked out some particular parts, you might get, yeah, that motherboard's here, but that power supply is going to be a week if you want that particular model. But we have these other ones that are here right now. And so you would get chatted out of certain parts. And you had to be careful that the guy doesn't sell you just, what happens to be there in place of what you really wanted. You don't want that. Let's see here. So you can get an Intel Core i3-9100 built-in graphics, 8 gig of RAM, and a 1 terabyte hard drive for $499 Canadian. So that's got to be pretty inexpensive in American dollars. Wonder if I can switch the zone. Yeah, I can. Switch to America, please. United States. Ignited Steaks of America. Okay, we'll go to desktops for home. We will ask for sort by price. Where's the sort by price? I don't see it.
So the computer case that I used allows me to take a raw hard drive and plug it into it. It's got a little area for the different hard drives.
You
That's
mean
always fun.
eSATA kind of a plug, or what kind of a plug?
The modern stuff. It didn't do the older stuff, the ITE or whatever. But yeah, all the SATA drives work just fine with it,
But it's got one of those carriers that you can sort of drop a hard drive into, and it just connects up.
It actually has a little flip panel that you force the
hard drive
down into it, and it plugs it right in.
Yeah, I like that. That's good stuff. That's great for making backups and whatnot.
Oh, it made it really nice because I've got so many hard drives and stuff. And then my kids would all have laptops that had died on them, and they'd pull the hard drives out and send to me so I could save all the pictures and that kind of thing.
Okay, so $779 gets you the Intel i7 10th generation processor, 12 gig of RAM, and a 256 gigabyte M.2 PCI solid state drive. You're at $780 at that point. That's a pretty good looking machine for $780. Let's see if there's anything else here. Temporarily out of stock? What do you mean?
And there's some pretty good systems that you can do for about $550 if you're building it yourself. Again, Hector's not a gamer yet.
Yeah, I'm going to be there, though.
Well,
I tell you, it's a whole nother world. When I play, like, Red Dead Redemption is almost realistic. And in 4K, you have the screen up close to you and this big a screen. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. I get lost.
Well, I did the Halo 4 jump with using VR. And believe me, it was. I had to put my legs against the couch because it was so disorienting sometimes because I wasn't used to the. I guess it was a refresh rate was a little bit slower than I was expecting, so it was like jittery a little bit at times. And I tell you one thing: when I jumped out, it was like I was really falling. You know, if I was on my stomach, it'd be worse.
Yeah, the VR is pretty cool.
Okay, so Red Dead Redemption has a Intel i7 4770 processor at its minimum. Sorry, as recommended, pardon me, not minimum. And
Is that Red Dead Redemption 2?
yeah, it is. GeForce GTX 1060 at a minimum, or an Radeon RX 480 as a minimum.
Right, and they're just pushing 1080 60. I think you should always be 1440 or better, or have, twice the refresh for the frames per second.
So you would need a video card, maybe a slightly better one than a 1060 to get good results. And
Right, but even with because I had just one of my 1080 Ti's running when I first got the game, and I couldn't go full blast on everything.
no, you got to sometimes dial these things back. But I'm thinking of like just with Hector in mind, and
Oh yeah,
I look at this and I see right away i7 4770. That means no matter what computer you buy today, as long as you've got an i5 or an i7 processor in it, we're in 10th generation. This is 4770. This is 4th generation. So
right.
you're not going to worry about the processor. It's going to be up to speed. The only thing that's going to hold them back is whichever video card is chosen, and probably a 1080 is a really good card, like you say, to have to invest in, to have a machine that's going to give you some longevity. And so we're going to rule out this one we're looking at here for 779 from Dell, because we don't have that video card in it. So let's see what else we can find here. Let's see what else they've got on sale. Something a little bit more. Well, you get up to about $1,000, I think, before you really get one here. It's got the 1660 Ti. So it's the step up from the 10 series, the 16 series. But it's not quite the 80, it's the 60, because the way that they do these cards, you got the 10 series, the 16 series, the 20 series, and now the 30. The 16 being one up from the 10, but the next two numbers are very important. That's 60. Like,
Right. And Linus said not to do the 60s.
doesn't like them, eh? The TI is better. The TI is a better card, but I don't care for them either, honestly. But then you're looking at starting at least at a 1080. But I'm looking for like a here I'm on Dell, right? So I'm looking to see what they're putting together.
The important thing right now is the 1080 doesn't have the new there's a new graphics engine for the new video cards, and the 1080 won't do it.
Do you mean ray tracing?
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's more than just that. There's a couple different. There's a new game engine that's got like all these other things built into it, and so you need that latest and greatest 2080 to get it.
So here we would be. This now the last machine I just sort of quoted on a little bit was something at 1099, so 1100, and then I'm looking at American pricing now. Stepping up is the Alienware Aurora Ryzen, which has the Ryzen 7 3700 chip in it, which is awesome chip. It has the RTX 2060 Super in it, which is an awesome video card. And now you're at $1,399 or $1,400 American. So there's a number right there where that's a substantial machine.
Yeah. And that's a proven machine.
It's got the 512 gigabyte M.2 hard drive in it, which is the new technology hard drive. It has got 16 gigabytes of the DDR4 2666 megahertz RAM, so very fast. It's got a video card up to anything you're going to want to throw at it, and the AMD Ryzen 7 3700X is an overclockable chip made that way by the factory, so they expect you to do that so you can play with it if you want to, but a super reliable chip. That's what we built around here, actually. The systems here are Ryzen 7. Except for mine. I have a hand-me-down AMD system and a Intel i3 3200 or something like that. Old crap. I don't need good stuff. I have a big monitor. I like my big monitor. It makes the whole thing better for me. Now, what if we were to look at just 10th generation?
Yeah, and it's funny because those monitors, 10 years ago, those monitors were like 20 grand. Now you can get them for like 1,600, 1,700 bucks.
Oh, monitors. I did really well. Once again, the exact same thing from the same store. I've got a Dell. What the hell is this one? I'm sure it says in the corner somewhere, and I just can't see it anymore. I have a great big Dell 24-inch monitor. I guess you can only see that from the back or something. It was a monitor made for content producers, and it was about 800 bucks. And once again, it was an LCD monitor that's lit with the old bulb technology. It doesn't have LED backlights, and it's not good enough for use as a content creation monitor anymore. So the computer store got a ton of these. My buddy bought one. I bought two. We got them for about 200 bucks a monitor, which I had people say, well, you could buy a brand new monitor for $200. Yeah, you can't buy a brand new $700 monitor for $200. These are made differently. These are industrial use pieces of equipment, not flimsy
They've got
crap.
color grade ratings on them.
Yeah, it's a certain. In fact, I can set. There's all kinds of modes. If I want to go into Adobe RGB mode or this mode, that mode.
Or Adobe 98. There's a couple of them.
I've got Adobe RGB and sRGB built in.
And mine's a Zeus. Pretty nice one. Same thing inside my computers. Everything's a Zeus.
If you click on VR Ready, it takes you to only one computer. It's $2,800. You got to get the RTX 2080 Super, 32 gig of RAM. You don't need that much RAM.
No, and they're going off the wall on that one because the 1080 will do. The 980, my old 980 would do VR just fine.
Yeah, as long as it's got the 80. You see, that's the trick there.
Yep. But that old 980, I think you can pick those up for $300, maybe even cheaper.
But how far are you from getting a 1080 at that point, which is that much better?
Yeah, that's true, but that's where you got to draw the line on just where are you headed with this computer. But he does have grandkids coming up, so
I'm a real advocate of either popping your own computer together yourself for the learning of it, which is so easy these days. The parts are quite reasonable with one another, or even having it built by the local guy. I'm not real big fan of Dell, but they have just as good pricing, if not better in some cases. When the video cards all took a big jump up, Dell still had good pricing on their video cards when you bought them in a system you're getting from them.
Well, and the thing with Dell, because I've owned a lot of Dells and a lot of my family members have, and their customer service is really good. At least they have been for me. I've heard a couple of horror stories, but I've called them so many times for some of the computers my family's owned, and they were always really quick to get replacement parts. The key thing is being able to talk to them. If you don't know computers, then I guess, that might be where a lot of people run into problems. But I knew the internal parts. I knew what to look for. I knew how to replace the stuff and even some of the testing. But Yeah, and they've come a long ways.
Here we've got we have the configurator. So let's see what we can do with this. I clicked on, got away from I went to the Bedell for business, not for business per se, but not for work. They say they got for home or for work. Then they have a whole different thing for business and like for servers. But
Right.
when you click on their for work stuff, you get something that's a little more, I don't know, purpose built. It looks like I like it a little bit better. So we can click on here. We'll start
Work,
with
workstation grade.
8th grade. We go to Intel. Oh, see, they only have the one choice. Interesting. Interesting how they do that.
Yeah, because normally it's done in tiers. So if that one doesn't suit your needs, you just have to jump up to that next tier. They just don't give a whole bunch of options because it costs them more money to do that. They'd rather see you go up the tiers. So, yeah, because some of their blade servers for the little ones are really cool.
Oh, those single unit rack mount units.
Yeah, I was in the process of building one, but I ended up doing my dual Xeon instead, and I'm glad I did. It would have been okay, but this is so much better.
Are those modified Xeons? Because I know there's a way to modify them in such a way to make them. I don't know what they do exactly, honestly, but I know that Xeons can be modified to be like a better chip or something like that.
Yeah, and you can increase the speed a bit and stuff, but it just gets them to heat up and wear out quicker. I'd rather keep them at the speeds I'm at. You know, there's so little that requires 20 cores. So, and I've had this for almost 7 years. I built this almost 7 years ago, and I do have a video on my channel. Well, maybe not anymore. I might have taken that one off. But I always loved that I could run a big virus thing going through a bunch of my stuff, doing a big scan, and could have a game going. Could have 20 different windows open on my browser, and I could still run one of the programs to check your speed and stuff, and still get good scores. Like Grand Theft Auto, I used to run their benchmark when I was doing all this stuff, and yeah, pretty fun.
Yeah, I've always sort of gotten by on. I like a lot of. I'm big on used parts. I'm good at picking out used parts. I'm not as scared of them for the most part. And when somebody has to have the best, I'm quite happy with the second best. You know, so I find often enough people who absolutely have to have the cutting edge, and I find what their casts offs are, and I'm quite happy with them.
And that is what I did. I've got the E5 version 3 Xeon. I forget the rest of the number, but there was several choices up that I could have got even more cores and certainly faster speeds. But the price went up so quick on them, and I think my turbo's 3.4, 3.6. So that's all I needed at the time. And now that's a little low for some of the games, but because I have 20 cores, it works out just fine. Don't have any issues running any games. So, and the price I paid is like $400 short of buying the 36 core singles, that latest AMD product, Threadripper.
Threadripper.
Oh man, I'd like to have that. But there's no need for I don't use 20 cores. So that's just overkill. I had to learn that one the hard way. I probably could have been just fine with the 10 cores, but I had to spend another $1,500 to make sure. Well, and $1,500 plus another cooling system, plus all the extra RAM and
Mm.
yeah.
2x4, we'll take that instead. I finally found the Intel or the Dell page that lets you click on a few different things to configure up a machine. So having a little fun here.
Yeah, that's what I do with the Intel CPU page. I love going through all the latest CPUs and
We don't need that. We need something better. Has to be better than that, I'm afraid. We need this. No additional hard drive. I need an additional hard drive. And we're going to get a spinning drive for the additional hard drive. We're going to get a 2 terabyte storage drive. That sounds reasonable.
do you realize that there's a video game out there for building computers?
I do. Yeah, I've seen Jay's 2 cents play it.
Oh, really? I didn't know. I'll have to go check it out. I've been curious about it.
Yeah, he plays it. It's kind of dumb. I think it's dumb.
Yeah, I didn't see how it could really be anything that would be fun more than just one time of doing a super build.
Hector, Trump will say that the elections were fine so long as he wins. As soon as he doesn't win, then he'll tell you they were rigged. It's as simple as that.
That's what they all say.
As long as it goes their way, everything was on the up and up. Otherwise, there was a problem. System recovery. I really like that. I would say do this anyway. Recovery USB, Pro OS, Windows 10 Pro OS. What's the difference? We want that. You don't need that.
Yeah, in a couple more days, I'll start to go through your list and see what I have for your Canadian coins. Well, first I have to find my bag of Canadian. I'm not quite sure where it's at, but I have a few spots I can start to look.
Yeah, there's absolutely no rush there.
Uh-oh, Hector's waking up. Must be bedtime.
Dust filter for Optiplex Tower, an extra $20. Come on. What are you people? Add-in cards. Do we need any add-in cards? Maybe not.
No, you know, it used to be you'd always want a really good sound card, but
DisplayPort
you know, most of the onboard stuff is digital.
Type-C.
That's what I use. I use the optical
For tower.
out. I actually run a, you know, stereos a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. You'll probably recognize this one. This is a pretty good one.
Oh my God.
I have to move stuff out of the way so I can read the model number. It's the Sony ES line. It's a DA3000DS 7.1 surround system. It's a little old. I think I bought it about 8 years ago.
The whole ES line is a really nice line.
Yeah, it's been never been turned off. And
Never
the whole
been
time.
turned
Nope.
off.
Nope, it's always been running.
Wow.
Same thing with my computer. My computer pretty much runs 24/7.
Do you run folding at home or anything like that?
Do I what?
Run folding?
No. I was gonna get into it and do that stuff, and I'm so busy with all my editing stuff. And then I do stuff like this and have streams all night long when I have so much other stuff I could be doing. So, in fact, I have a big package to go out tomorrow, and do I have it packed and ready? No, I have it mostly ready. Hey, David. But
Interesting.
yeah, that Sony's a great system. I'm really happy with that. It's got a couple optical ends, and I love being able to hook up the fiber channels for the optical cables.
I think a $1,500 price tag is what's going to drop our friend in the right zone for a computer here. Just throwing something together on the Dell site for the Optiplex 7071 tower, which is a full-size computer tower. I wouldn't go to anything weird size. That's just a different pain in the butt. With 8 gigabytes of RAM, the AMD 80 Radeon RX 550 might be a better video card, could be better, but they didn't have that for a choice. So I'm just kind of going with what was there, but it's a good one. The 550 is quite capable. An M.2 512 gigabyte NVMe Class 40 solid state hard drive, the fast one. Windows 10, a Core i5 9500, so a 9000 series processor, one series behind, but that's not a problem. And a price of $21.89 marked down to $15.34 right now on their current sale.
How many cores is that one?
This one is 6 cores.
See, that's all. Yeah, he could get away with 4, but it's kind of silly not to go 6 when they're basically the same price.
What's interesting is that as you go through the specs, one of the things that comes out to me is it still ships with a 230 watt power supply.
Oh my gosh, that's so silly.
That's what they put in them.
Yeah.
But things are getting, like chips and that are not using the kind of power that they used to. So you could probably get away. Well, obviously they get away with it. I mean, there's no question there. They do it.
Well, let's see. I've got my box right here. Let me see what the power draw is on my
They said
1080
the power draw on the processor here is 65 watts, and it doesn't mention on the RX 550 what it draws.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to call it a night. It's fantastic listening to you guys and learning a lot. And especially when I think about building my computer, I am going to delve into it and have a prospective idea of what I'm going to do next year for it. But I'm pretty sure my wife's going to be up in a few hours. And she have a to-do list for a honey-do list. And she already came once, and I turned the mic off. So just in case I got berated. But
You cannot do that many times. It wouldn't be smart.
But anyway, like always, Richard, it's always been a pleasure and good talking to you. And I hope to talk to you guys soon again.
Alrighty. Take
All
it
right.
easy, Hector.
Any
too.
streaming is always made better when Hector's there.
Enjoy your day tomorrow.
Let's put it this way. I can see AMP is streaming right now, but I wouldn't jump from here to there.
Oh, you still have how many people in the room? You have 11 people. David just came in right now.
Oh, cool.
David Carlisle. So
I think
he'll
I
take my place.
17 or 18 earlier.
Yeah, it was at 17 when I saw.
I just love our chats. I think we have so much in common. I mean, Hector and I had a bunch in common, and now as we talk, Rich, I mean, the CB stuff and all the rest and the stereo interests, and geez, it just sounds like I've met a couple of guys who are just like me, but in different places in the world.
Yeah, it's fun. And that's what I love about this community is because you find so much of it, though. I was a furniture maker for years, had my own shop, and so many other guys were into construction or kitchens. Cajun did cabinets and.
See, now I'm a steel fabricator by trade. I'm a red seal journeyman steel fabricator.
I'll be darned.
Yes, sir. I can weld and stuff.
Just meant you used a bigger hammer. Didn't have to be as careful.
Call it the Swedish persuader.
Okay, gentlemen. Good night.
Take care, Hector.
All right. Take care of yourself, guys.
Yeah, Rich, I think I'm going to do the same. My wife will be up pretty darn quick, and it'll be time to take care of her a little bit. She's a bit battered, having broken herself up recently in the fall. So,
Ooh.
Yeah, she was actually doing a little weed whacking on the front of our house where there's a about 2.5 foot retaining wall down to the sidewalk below, and she misstepped and went down. She broke her right wrist, left elbow, and left shoulder.
Oh my goodness, that's such a painful bunch of breaks.
Yeah, we're big people too, so we don't go down nice. It doesn't happen.
That's too bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
can you do?
oh, I did find the power rating is 600-watt minimum,
Oh, good Lord.
and that's for
Yeah.
one card.
Yeah, so there you go. Very important that no matter what kind of a machine our friend gets, if he wants to step up to a heavy duty card, he's got to have the power supply behind it. And as I say, that might be I'd like to see him just build one. We could definitely.
No, I'm definitely going to have him build it.
Good.
I've talked to him about this before, and he's unsure of it. But with the way they are today, I mean,
Yeah.
I can get him one that has a video already up with the same parts, and he'll just follow directions. I mean, everything's marked on the motherboards these days. You don't have to guess or look at any charts or anything. And even if you were, he's capable of that. So
He's super smart.
yeah, he is.
I mean, he's just selling himself a little bit short, but it's one of those things. Like my two sons, I made them build their own computers, and for a little while it was, Daddy, what's this? How do I do that? And now it's just nothing. They don't talk to me at all. They build it, build it. It's all, they don't need me. And they both did upgrades, so there were lots of spare parts. And I told them, I said, get all your best parts, put them together for a computer for Daddy. Get the thing here. I gave him a brand new SSD. I said, get it up and running, and I want it given to me running. I don't want to have to do a thing with it. I built you guys enough over the years. Now you're giving me spare parts. I love that, but I don't want spare parts. Make me a computer that runs and give it to me.
That's great. I have a 10-year-old grandson that I'm about to do my first build with him. So
It's nice to have lots of spare parts around and lots of patience.
yeah, well, his parents have enough money to do it, but no, I wouldn't even charge them. I've got the money; I can cover that.
Well, the beauty of
He doesn't need a whole bunch. He doesn't. He plays Fortnite and a couple of those games, so that's pretty easy stuff.
Minecraft.
Yeah, he was a Minecraft guy, but now he's pretty much 24/7 Fortnite. But
I've been playing Clash of Clans since the bloody game started, and I don't have any more time. Not going to start any other games. Not going to quit Clash of Clans. It's as simple as that.
yeah, and unfortunately, because I'm stuck in bed so much, there are a lot of games I play. Far Cry, I really enjoy the latest Far Cry and some of those games, and again, the realism is so cool. I love the hunting parts of it. I enjoy the flying and riding the boats, and yeah, it's fun stuff.
I like. I have actually here on the best of my computers, the one that the kids just put together for me, with that 560 Ti in it or whatever. I loaded in the playable demo of 1942 Battlefield 1942.
Yeah, I've got it.
I used to play that back in the day. That one and another game called Serious Sam. Did you remember that?
No, I don't remember that, but there was a couple similar games. One that used big helicopters, and I really enjoyed that one. Had all these different types of attack helicopters, and I really missed that one. In fact, that one was called. And I've still got that one right here. It's called Soldier of Fortune, the Helix version. Oh, actually, Soldier of Fortune 2. That was an Xbox 360 game.
I just remembered the name of this one game I wanted to find the demo of again that I used to really enjoy playing. You ever play Max Payne?
Oh, yeah.
That was a really fun game to play. I'm going to find that demo right now.
In fact, if I'm correct, there was a Max Payne 2 as well. I started, with Pong. And then my mom bought us a special little console that hooked up to your TV and the phone line, and we were able to get Pong in color and 2 or 3 other games that were like Asteroids and I forget the other one. But yeah, for years we played in black and white, and then finally the colored thing came out, and oh, I loved it. And ever since then, I've always played the console games. I've had pretty much everyone that's ever been out back in the day.
I had that on my when we got married. You know, when you go up, what the hell? My brain not working. When you go on your vacation when you're married, it's called the
Honeymoon.
honeymoon. We went on our honeymoon. So the wife and I were living in Edmonton, Alberta. We drove back to British Columbia because all our family was there. We got married in British Columbia. Now, when you're in Vancouver in our area, you're just above the border. So what we did was we took our camper van, we crossed over the United States border down into Washington State. We went down to Cascade Highway number 20, and then we started driving east. So we drove through Washington, through Idaho, into Montana, and then from there we went north again. So now we're kind of underneath Edmonton, Alberta, but far south. And we camped there in the there's a park that crosses the international border. It's called Waterton Glacier National Park. And this one, as I say, crosses the US-Canada border, and there's a road there called the Going to the Sun Highway. And this sucker is steep and long. And when you get up, it's got like the beautiful views of the You Wouldn't Believe Itville, you know, just one of the beautiful places to be, you know. And where am I going with this stupid story? Anyways, this is what we did on our honey. Oh yeah, while we were shopping we first went down across the line. We were in Bellingham, Washington, where there's a big mall. So this is where I bought a Super NES, Super Nintendo Entertainment System, and I bought the Nintendo Super Scope bazooka style gun, and that was the first gaming system I ever owned. But I bought it on my honeymoon. I bought a video game.
Now, is that the one that did the duck game?
No, that was the one previous. The very first Nintendo came out with the handheld pistol and the duck hunt game.
It was a pistol.
And this one was the Super Nintendo, came after that. The first games were 8-bit games, right? On the first Nintendo game. The Super Nintendo were 16-bit games. And then finally was Nintendo 64 after that came so many years later, which I also had.
Yeah. And I think I had all of those too. Because didn't the Super Nintendo have Paperboy and Zelda? And,
yep, sure did.
Yeah, I loved Zelda. Zelda
Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong.
I didn't get into Donkey Kong because it was during my Zelda time, so I was too stuck trying to do Zelda.
I used to love those games. They were great.
Well,
Verify my age. Are you kidding me?
Sorry to hear about your wife. What a bummer. That's such a shame. Nothing worse than hurting ourselves. And
the thing is, too, in these days, you got to take her to the hospital, but you're not allowed to go in. You have to drop her off at the door. Yeah. That's the new protocol.
And I actually I have that gold special edition of Zelda.
Oh, the cartridge.
Yeah, I think I still have one boxed one that's unopened.
Really?
Because I was really smart because I would play the game so much that, you know, sometimes they'd get messed up from being plugged in so much. So I would always buy extra games when I saw them on sale. So, or had friends whose houses we'd go visit and take them a game to give to their kids. I was giving them games away all the time. So I had the Genesis game, and I had what was that other one? Sega.
Did you have the Genesis game, but then you plugged in the thing on top of it that made it much more powerful? My buddy had that one. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, see, I had my own business at the time, and my kids were all into that stuff, so I was just going gun ho on it to keep them busy.
There's my big boy. He's getting up now. I don't know if I can find this demo anymore. Max Payne playable demo was awesome. I never paid for it.
Yeah, see, I learned a long time ago. Gotta have a hard copy of that stuff because, well, like for several years, I called up Adobe and told them about the pirated Adobe stuff, and they said they didn't really care. So I went ahead and joined this thing and got all the Adobe products for like 2 years. I have every Adobe product available. Their big font one that had all those fonts, and I mean that alone was like $600 just for the fonts.
I
And
had somebody give me Adobe Premiere back when I was interested more in that and this, that, other thing, blah, blah, blah. And here my mouth is stopping working. I'm getting tired. But I never had the brain to understand how to make use of it properly. So I never did learn it or use it at any great length. I think I got Adobe Audition, the music editing software, and tons of plugins from one guy, just like thousands of dollars of extra plugins and whatnot. But in the end, now that I'm actually using audio editing software professionally for the books that I read for Audible, I use Reaper. Reaper, it just made sense to me. It's just easy for me to use. I've learned everything all on my own. I keep learning things about it. And whenever I want to do something, I can usually get on YouTube and find somebody, like, basically, if I want to do something, I just type in, how does Reaper do this something? And somebody's got a video ready to show me how it's done. So super, perfect.
well, because Premiere and After Effects all advanced so quickly and had new updates and new versions, I found a place called lynda.com.
I know
And
Linda. I heard of them. Linus.
I,
Linus
I
told me about
actually
Linda.
talked to Linda at the very start of it.
Did you?
He gave me the big spiel of what it was and stuff, and I was one of the first. Well, I signed up very very early in the group, and they didn't have a whole bunch at first, but within just months they had tons of stuff, and it was great. I was able to keep up with all the After Effects is really tough, but Premiere Pro, most of that's pretty much basic editing stuff. So I knew quite a bit of it from some of the other programs I ran. But trying to keep up with all the advancements was tough. So that's why Linda was great.
I've used the YouTube editor that's built into YouTube to make my YouTube videos ever so slightly not quite so crappy.
Oh, I've got a question for you then. Is there a way to edit the live streams?
I don't know. How you like that?
Well, it was worth asking.
I think maybe there might be. And I will just look to see if that is the case.
Yeah, because I tried to use it. I found the tools and stuff and found mute and a couple other options and tried muting a little bit of video and stuff just to see if it'd work. And maybe I didn't save it correctly. I don't know. But again, I just need to look it up on YouTube and watch a video, I guess.
I only ever got to do, well, actually, that's not, I got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 or 12 lives before they took it away from people who didn't have enough people.
Mm-hmm.
So I did do some YouTube live streaming from my mobile device. Now here's 6 minutes and 58 seconds. That's how I made all my initial videos were full on live streamed editor.
Yeah, see, I always used Premiere. So in Wonder, I think it's called Wondershare. That's a real good free one for videos.
I'm not sure what we're looking at here. This doesn't make sense to me. What if I was to hit play? What would I find out? Is this a demo of how to use the video editor? That's what it looks like. Why do I have no audio? It's turned up. Something weird is transpiring. But that is not my video, so that's clearly not working. Let's try this one.
Melissa said Commodore 64.
I had one.
Yeah, I did too. I don't think I mentioned that one. And Frogger, yeah. Frogger, my kids were just stuck on Frogger and Newspaper Boy. And the skating guy, I forget his name. Tony Hawk.
Okay. Well, yeah, I went into YouTube Studio. I went into live streams because I got uploads on live. I went into a video that I shot back in the day, August 1st, 2018, and I clicked on it. And when I was on its page, I hit editor, and it brought it into the editor to be edited. Now,
Oh, cool.
the YouTube editor is really horrible. I mean, it just things you can't.
No, I've used it before, so I know.
To the best of my knowledge, there's no way to import any other elements, right? Like if you had a B-roll, for example, there's no way to introduce B-roll to this.
They even show secondary audio, but I could never find a way to import it.
I did do a little bit with their cards and things you can put up in the end. I did fart around with that on one or two videos, but I know you can blur. I can see the audio track here. I don't know if you can edit it in here. I know we can edit the video. I'm not sure if it just follows along with the audio. Probably that's all it does. But yeah, you can edit the saved live streams in the YouTube video editor. To answer your question, that I had no idea.
Yeah, and one of the things I wanted to do was be able to. I think it's the card thing that you need to do is to set it up so the end of the video will show like my playlist.
I have found my free Max Payne download right from the Max Payne site, so it's not even a risky site. Nice.
Pitfall. Oh, I loved Pitfall.
Pitfall. I like Dig Dug.
See, I don't remember that one.
There's a little guy digging in the ground. You'd have to dig underneath things and make them fall by digging underneath them. And
my grandson, my 10-year-old grandson, plays a very similar game to that now.
Dig Dug.
That's so funny.
The sun's starting to come up here. It's 5:08 in the morning.
Yeah, did you just hear the birds? My birds are all starting to wake up out here in the.
Where are you again?
California.
Oh, you. Oh, right on. So me, you, and Hector are all in the same time zone. We're all Pacific Coast. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I figured that when you were going to get coffee. It's like.
And my wife is up.
Late for some people to get coffee. He must be in our time zone. Then you said you were West Coast, Canada.
Yeah, my friend he was over for dinner and for a visit, and he said, "I want to go home." I said, "I'll give you a ride." And I thought, well, I like live streaming and using up some of my data. It's nice to be in a position where I actually do things to use up data, because I will not use up all my data this month, no matter what I do. I know, It wasn't like that till the last deal we made. And the last deal we made was so powerful. What a good deal. I got 60 gig of high-speed streaming I can do each month. And then after that, it slows down. It doesn't stop. So I don't even have to worry, should I manage to use it all. It's amazing.
Yeah. Did a business type of plan so I could have. So, because in the way back, because this, the T1 connection was what everybody wanted. And it's like, no, that's a little more than I need. But it was awful cool, and I certainly looked into it. And then luckily I live close enough to the telephone company to be able to get the better rates and speeds, but still nothing like you.
I'm lucky.
I was going to do the dish, and some of those are pretty fast, but
Oh, she's running already. New game. Fugitive.
oh, and I was just going to talk to you, Melissa, about what you were talking about the snippets of the stream. We'll have to talk next time. I want to learn how to take care of some of my streams and videos a little better so I can have it set up to where I'm using, more of the options available instead of just having videos up there and not taking advantage of all the, giving people other options at the end of the videos and that kind of thing. And I could just figure it out on my own and just, put some time into it, but I'd rather have a friend.
Why didn't Hoover join us on the panel all this time? I'm reading that there.
I think she was preparing to go to bed.
Oh, well.
She's
David
still-
mentions playing with Dig Dug, and one of the things you would do is you would dig all the way to an item, to an enemy, but you wouldn't dig all the way through. You would leave a little wall, and then this Dig Dug character could throw a hose through the wall and blow the other person up with air. You would pump, 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 pump until they would blow up like a balloon and explode.
How funny.
This is why he says, "Oh, blow them or pump them up to blow them up."
Yeah, I think my kids might have had that one because I remember seeing that.
I wonder if I can turn up the video quality to this. Oh, that's loud. Let me turn that down. I want
And
the
I
video.
did actually have a really high-end racing steering wheel and shifter and the pads, the brakes, and had a lot of fun with that. But I got to the point where I couldn't sit in it very well. But it was fun while I was doing it. I even had 3 monitors set up on that one. That was pretty awesome for realistic racing.
Let's see. I guess it doesn't get any better than that. I got all the settings turned up to full blast. That's one thing with one of these old games. You can just, you're going to be able to just wind it right out to maximum settings in all cases. Now I'm walking around, opening things and looking around. You okay, baby? Heard the wife say, ow. I remember the tragic story behind this Max Payne game. You remember what it is? This guy comes home, I guess he's a cop or a detective or whatever, and finds that his family has been killed by some bad guy who's still, I guess, in the house. I think I get to shoot at him.
Yeah, it's a great storyline. It was one of the better storylines.
Get in that door. It opens, but it only opens a little bit. So you have to go around into the bedroom manually.
Good
And of
morning,
course,
Lincoln.
there's the bad guy. Let him
I
go.
thought you were going to come on my stream the other day. I started showing a bunch of my Ikes. I felt really guilty, and I kept saying, well, Lincoln should be in here any moment. Lincoln should be here any time now. But you didn't show up, so I stopped showing my Ikes.
Well, I guess in this case, I do get to shoot everybody, so there's a little bit of retribution right away. Doesn't pay, but that's what makes him mad.
Yeah, now the game I play, it's Far Cry 5. Boy, if you're not familiar with that, you should at least watch an intro video to it. It's such an intense game. The start is just crazy, crazy, crazy. You're dealing with a crazy guy who thinks he's God and taking over the lands and stuff, and has this giant statue built of him and has all these followers all hooked on drugs that they're pumping into the water systems, and you gotta take out all his top guys, including one of them being his angel, female that he treats like a daughter. And it's an intense story. And the ending, I'll tell you nothing about that, and do not watch anything that shows it, because the ending's the best part of going through the whole thing.
All right, I won't let anybody ruin it for me. I'm not a big game player, but I've come to enjoy these just a little bit now and then. Like I say, here I am running Max Payne, and I remember how this goes, so I kind of know what I'm doing with this demo anyway. I know, like, as I go through this door, there are going to be some guys there to shoot and whatnot, but I quite enjoyed playing this game. It's got that bullet time when the bullets move slow and stuff. And it still runs on that same ASDWE to do things, like you've learned with so many other things. Here's the blood smeared on everything, so I know past this door it's not good. There's the transit police guy shot. That's not good. So I pull out my gun because, well, going to need it.
Yeah.
I got to remember to check for things. You got to find the spare bullets and whatnot in the lockers. But I quite like this graphics. This couldn't be like, I know graphics are 10 zillion times better than this, but this is awesome to me.
Yeah, it's like when Doom came out. It was such a big jump from what we were used to. It was the first Grand Theft Auto.
I bought the Super NES cartridge for Doom, one of the only things I actually ever bought, and it was like $70 to that cartridge. It was red.
See, and I've been a computer user for a long time for games, so I have a copy of the first Doom in its computer PC.
I was like, oh, those guys are out there.
Yeah, and the other neat thing about that game I was telling you about is you have to build points and stuff to be able to buy things like better weapons and gear and stuff. And one of the ways to gain money is to hunt and fish. And the fishing on that game is really fun because they have like 12 different species of, well, maybe not 12. Different species of fish, and you have different fishing poles. You have to pay more to get the better fishing poles. And
well, I just asked the thing to do R for what I thought would be reload, and apparently that was the button to crash the computer because it just crashed. I'm obviously not playing on the one we're chatting on. Yeah, no, she just went down hard. I'm going to have to, it didn't even come back. I'm going to have to reset it in order to make it happy again.
That would be R for roosted.
R for yes, R for crash, apparently. All right, that's it. I'm going to call it a night or a morning.
Right. Chat with you, Darren.
Next time. Later, Gator.
All right. See you later. Well, Lincoln, we had a lot of fun. I showed, first I had a big old bag of, here it is. The teen cents that I've been pulling, and I've been getting pretty much very good to very fine with a couple extra fines here and there. But when I went to the 1920s weeks, I've been pulling very good or very fine to extra fine. So it was pretty fun. We were trying to come up with a 16D or S, I forget which now, that was worth $100 at AU. So that was a lot of fun going through it. And this camera, I'm not sure you've seen me on this camera. Oh, maybe you have. But it's actually showing my, oops, let me lower this camera. This light system I have is super efficient. It has a power reading or rating, and it allows me to, like right now I'm at 6% power, and it has the Kelvin rating, so I can adjust the lighting by Kelvin, which is nice. That's not the good one. Let's see here. Here it is. Got a couple really neat Wheaties. Oh, that's not a Wheatie. Some Lincolns. With some pretty cool color. This is one of my silk wrapped rolls. I had 2 of them. They were wrapped in antique silk paper. And this was not the Ender coin. It was a couple coins from the end. The Ender coins were pretty much super dark and splotchy. And the camera is one of it's consumer grade. It's probably a top end consumer grade though. 4K Sony camera with the projector. This is the one I gave to my kids to take to Disneyland, and we were able to watch the videos on the ceiling or on a screen on the walls. It was great. The little kids just love watching it because it's a huge screen, like 60 inches. And the new light's probably what is allowing me to see these tone coins for the first time on my screen. I've been always telling you guys I have such great coins, and then never being able to show them just is so frustrating. Let's see. Let me show a couple. Now, it's not super monster toned or nothing, but there's some really nice colors in these. Just a really nice higher grade. Let's see. Well, there's a little color, but not much. But better than what we were seeing before. Oh, I have some dimes here that are pretty crazy. Oh, and my ugly proof dimes. Where'd they go? So, oh, okay, hold on just a second. Okay, am I back? Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing, testing. Hey, David, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay. I almost pulled myself out. Well, here's some of the dimes. Not monster toned, but they're evenly toned. Some of them with like ice blues and greens. Real soft toning. some of the ugly toners that I kept. Just because that's what I do. Thank you, David. Yeah. Did you guys see my battery warning? It's like, holy cow, I've got to figure out how to change that. It said, battery warning, blink off in the camera. It's like, come on, guys, you got to give time to change the battery at least. Some nicer dimes. A little bit of toning up there. Had a couple really amazing ones, but these are mostly the dark ones. There's a little bit of color there, but not seeing too much of it. Oh, there's some greens and blues showing up. Nearly full bands. Oops. I think this is one of my ugly toners. I've got a lot of ugly toners. But I still like them. I'm not picky. I think this one's a better one. 1860. So I will be getting some more hardware. I have my light on a real simple light stand. I need one with an articulating arms. So I have a couple more upgrades to do. And then I won't have the camera showing, or the light showing up so fast. Some of these are pretty cool. Real high grade coins for the most part. So, and I'd show my ice. I went to grab them, but that's the only problem about me streaming is I, for some reason, don't put anything away. I just stack it up until everything's out in my way. Find the real high grade coins for some reason seem to tone really well. I got nickels with some toning. Got a whole roll of those. Not that great of coins though. This is about the only coin that doesn't show up that well, and it'll flash from time to time. But yeah, it doesn't show up too good. But there's only I think 2 or 3 coins that don't show up, so I'm pleased. Another ugly one. $53. Here's a little better one. So the rainbow on the back of that one. This one's got a lot of blues and greens. It's not showing up too well. So I might have messed up my light a little bit because I ended up changing the Kelvin setting a little bit because it was messing up on me. The first coin in the stream was a Morgan, and it's a MS Morgan that was bleaching out completely white. But yeah, fun stuff. So I should have my coins from Michael Kittle soon. Not sure if you heard what I purchased from him. This one's really cool. He had these two boards, and maybe you've seen them. They're the Capital Plastics boards. They hold 70 coins. There's two of them. And it's all errors and varieties starting in the early 50s. And I think they're all wheats, but I'm not positive. Some of them show progression from one stage to the next on the errors. So that's going to be fun. 140 errors and varieties. And I also bought the Lincoln head shaped Capital Plastic holders for Lincoln sets. So another fun buy that I certainly didn't need, but I've only seen those a couple of times and always wanted one, so thought I'd better jump while I could. Just like the darn Swiss coins. Did you see all those Swiss coins he had? Pretty nice coins. I wanted a roll of each, but there's no way I could do a roll of each right now. I've been working on some videos. Hopefully I'll have some up soon. Got a couple big trades going on right now, so I'm in the process of trying to complete those. So kind of fun going through the 20s coins. I'm impressed with how good a grade some of them are. Not bad for 20s coins. This light is a little high. I need to get it back down a little more so I can get a little bit closer to the camera. Yeah, most of the wheat stocks are there. 90%. So there was even a partially red 20s coin. That was pretty nice. And I pulled a bunch of woodies, and I pulled 2 or 3 strike throughs, and not bad. Alrighty, guys. Maybe I need to call it here. See, the chat has stopped. Ten minutes ago. Kittles on there. And he's doing his farming. Yeah, I'm not sure when I was showing those, Lincoln. I think it was yesterday's stream. I was on Hector's stream for a while too, but pretty sure I was on mine. But my streams have been like 8 and 10 hours, so may just need to show them again when you're in there. Yesterday, David said, okay. No, it wasn't at the beginning of the stream. Seems like it was about an hour in, but I'm not positive. But I showed them I think I showed probably 10 or 15 of them. So as you're scrolling through, you should be able to see them. But I didn't go through that many. I just went through my ones in airtights that are in the one airtight tube. But it's so nice to have color. It's so amazing to have all these coins with all these colors and not be able to have everybody see it. And even with the same Sony camera that I use for making my videos, it wouldn't pick up the color. So that light's the secret. Cost me a fair penny though to get this camera to be able to stream. That takes a separate device for the HDMI input for the computer. But well worth it now. I'm thrilled. I've shown a bunch of tone coins. One of my streams is named Tone Coins or something about tone coins. So that one's pretty cool. I showed quite a few of them. Probably a couple hundred. So fun. Yeah, let's see here. I was showing my tiger striped ones. Those ones turn out pretty good. Pretty nice coins. Nice big blonde streaks. That's a good one. Tiger stripes. Sorry. I'm holding a bunch of other capsules. Well, this is the one with the carbon spot. It's too bad. The nice thing about this light is I think it's 145 watts, but I have a power adjustment. I think I'm down to 5% or so. so it's not using up hardly any at all right now. And my HDMI device first plugged it in, but it doesn't get warm anymore, so that's nice. Well, I think I'm gonna let you guys go. See if I can go get some work done so I can finish up my videos. A couple trades to do before I can start working on them. Let's see here. 1927D. And my light's a little high. Pretty nice wheat stocks. Not bad for a 27. Hey, take care, Lincoln. I was about to shut down anyway. No big deal. We'll chat again. You too, David. Thanks for jumping up into the chat for me and helping me out when I wasn't sure my audio was going. And I'm not sure who else is in here. There's a few of you in here. Thank you for stopping in, checking out my stream. The stream today, well, I don't know how long it was because it restarted on me. Oh, 5.5 hours. So it'll restart in probably about an hour or so, and you can watch it from the beginning. I have a couple streams out right now. One showing my tone coins, which is a pretty fun one to watch. So, oh, and I'm about to hit 2,500. Let me see here, 2,500 subscribers. So that's really cool. Let me see where I'm at here. So I am at 2,480, I think. Doesn't break it down for me. But as soon as I hit 2,500, I'm going to do a really neat giveaway. I'm not sure what I'm going to give away, but I'm going to give away something really nice. Probably give away a couple different things and do some stream to give them away. And not sure how I'm doing that quite yet, but that should be fun. And I'm going to find something really nice to give away. So look for that. And I'll talk to everybody later. Bye-bye.